Come on, stand! I reckon he's quicker than without. Sorry.
Today's game is versus Bartlett. I'll see you in the match at the end of the next week. The same match will be out of the way here. I'll take the place. The series and they will be recording the touchdown on Saturday the 17th for Northamptonshire cricket when Lancashire hosts the Rothesay. Cricket also serves South and Lancashire cricket. Where we host the game, Racing New Zealand, the International, and on the 7th of September, the basketball begins on Wednesday on the 22nd of November. Tickets already available online at the CCC.co.uk. Just over 5 minutes of the first half, we wish to take our pitch with Bartlett 6, DCL Signature, and the show below. All the business with the ongoing school, there's a summary of the series for this today. Northamptonshire with Bartlett 285, so I'm going to go on. Lancashire will be able to Now take that to the field, 41st session at this last game of play. Umpires, Neil Kimber. The match referee is our scores are
Good morning and welcome to the county ground in Northampton. It's day 4 of this opening round of the Rothesay County Championship in 2026. Lancashire the visitors, Northamptonshire the hosts. Lancashire in the middle with the umpires ready and raring to go. Luke Proctor and Harry Conway, the two Northamptonshire batters, not out overnight, making their way to the middle to join their opposition. It's 9 for 1 the score after 4 overs last night. That wicket to 4 was Ricardo Vasconcelos off the bowling of James Anderson, caught behind by the wicketkeeper Matty Hurst. We're powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. My name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles, and we have got an enthralling final session here between these two counties.
We definitely have. First and foremost, good morning, everybody. And yeah, let's hope for another cracking day of cricket here at the county ground. Even though it is the season opener, already feels like a pretty pivotal result for both of these counties. So here we are then. Jimmy Anderson from the Lynn Wilson centre end to bowl the very first ball here on day 4.
Proctor on strike and opens the account for the morning straight away, tucks it off the hip, gets the single, takes the score to double digits, hands it over to Harry Conway. He came out as night watchman last night after the dismissal of Vasconcelos. Did a good job. Well, he's still there, so evidently he did a good job. The role will change slightly this morning, although first and foremost, he's going to have a job to nullify this new ball for Lancashire. So some time in the middle, take time out of the game, take life out of this Dukes, will do Northamptonshire wonders if they stand a chance at getting close to this target. Happy to let that one go past. So it's 9 wickets to win for Lancashire and 311 runs to win from what was 96 overs at the start of the day for Northamptonshire. For those non-mathematicians, it works out about 3¼ runs per over. So finely balanced, although you would say that Lancashire, with the bowling attack that they've got, would just be in front at the moment. Nicely played, Harry Conway. The in-swinger from Anderson. Conway jams the bat down on it, and I think it's going to run away for 4. It is. Much to the delight of Harry Conway and the applause from the Northamptonshire spectators. Picks up 4.
Yeah, and he's meant to play that shot, hasn't he? In terms of the way you can just see he's played it with supple wrist, nice soft hands, just guiding the ball down into the surface. As you said, Dan, he has got quite a prominent role to play here as Conway. Not so much in terms of the run scoring, but in terms of just taking as much shine off that ball as he possibly can.
Yeah, as you say, an important important part to play. Anderson in once again. One targeting middle stump. A roaring no from Harry Conway. However long he's out there for, he will be enjoying it, as will most people watching the mannerisms and the body language and just the energy that Conway possesses with bat in hand. Massive part to the damage done to Lancashire's second innings with the ball. 4 wickets for the big Australian. Now with a very different job in hand, but he's resolute. He gets through and Northamptonshire survive the first over.
And that's the important thing for Conway here, as the night watchman just survived, frustrate Lancashire as much as he possibly can. Of course, any runs, well, they'll be valuable over the course of this innings, as we just see Tom Bailey take off the jumper. He prepares to bowl the very first over of the day from the David Capel end down the other side of the ground. As we said beforehand, it is an absolute pleasure to have your company wherever you are tuning in from. Please do let us know. It's been great to hear all of your stories and learn about the various locations from which people are enjoying this illustrious competition from. It is a glorious day here in the East Midlands.
Yeah, it's as nice as it has been over the course of the weekend, isn't it? We started days 1 and 2 gloomy with Storm Dave on the horizon, the floodlights beaming down. Yesterday it was sunny but breezy. Today is still, isn't it? There is that cross breeze that we've had across the course of the game has gone. Sun is basking the ground. Floodlights very much off. 4 slips in place for Lancashire and Tom Bailey. That's to the thigh pad of Luke Proctor.
And I think the most telling sign with regards to how much the weather has changed since day one, the current status of those 2 flags on the ground staff's hut. And they were flapping and fluttering over the course of days 1 and 2, completely still here in the early exchanges of day 4.
Down the leg side and evades Hurst. High on the umpire, it's given a run. Oh, it's given byes, in fact. It's touched absolutely nothing. Gone off the surface. Thought the movement that had, it must have brushed the bat there of Luke Proctor, but given us byes, handy runs for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I think on that occasion, I think it was just the late movement, wasn't it? Which has taken it beyond. Of course, Proctor did have a slight shuffle. I think his reaction, though, was very telling there. I don't think that he got any connection on that, so byes have been given.
Fortunately, just squeezing the bat down on that delivery from Tom Bailey. And again, on the money, Tom Bailey. Going to be a tough challenge, isn't it, for these two, particularly with this opening pair of bowlers of James Anderson and Tom Bailey. So experienced, metronomic. Won't be giving anything away. To the over, dot ball to finish. 18 for 1 after 6 overs. So far, so good for the home side.
Most definitely. No further damage has been done. And that, I think, will be the message for the opening few overs. Just try and take the shine and the lacquer off that shiny new Duke's ball. Just a couple of shout-outs. Good morning to David, tuning in from sunny Yorkshire. Good to have your company, David. Also, good evening to those tuning in from Brisbane and Melbourne. Hope that you are enjoying the start of the county championship season. Of course, the involvement of the resident Australians, likes of Nathan McWeeny and this man, Harry Conway. Has a little bit of offence at that one. Good morning as well to Jack, who's tuning in from Hollingworth, which I think is up towards Manchester way. Please do correct me if I'm wrong, Jack. And Owen tuning in from Tasmania.
Big in-swinger, and Conway gets the bat on it, indicates as he runs past James Anderson that he did in fact pick the in-swinger, gets a single. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people here, as you say, tuning in to watch the Aussies on show. There'll be an awful lot of people excited to watch James Anderson bowl as well as we are. A lot of supporters from Lancashire who have been well supported in the YouTube comments and live stream through the course of the game so far. So it's been great to have your company along. We hope you've enjoyed it. Obviously, everybody in support of Northamptonshire, those that can't be in and around the ground over the Easter weekend. It's been fantastic to have your company as well, whether you live 5 minutes from the ground, whether you live 5,000 miles. What a sport.
It really is. It's funny you mention the Northamptonshire fans there, Dan. Shout out to Stero, who sat in the ground and enjoying the sunshine. Thoroughly, thoroughly deserved as well. It's a much nicer day, isn't it? April can be quite bitter and chilly here in the UK, but it's glorious so far. It's that one well covered up by Luke Proctor. Shout out as well to Connor, who's tuning in from his van near Shrewsbury on the A5. Hope you have a nice day out there, Connor. Nice county of Shropshire. Very, very scenic and picturesque. Of course, Shrewsbury itself, lovely place. And I know that we have quite a bit of castle chat here on the live stream.
Well, you do. I'm just a passenger to it. But well played, Luke Proctor. Bit of extra there from James Anderson. Gets the ball down quickly and evades that diving fielder, Tom Hartley, in the slipcord and picks up 4. But that will excite Lancashire. Anderson in particular. A connoisseur of castles, some might say.
Absolutely. And cricket. And of course, down in Arundel, you get a beautiful marriage of the two, don't you?
Get both. The best of both worlds.
Certainly do. Again, solid, compact defence played there by Luke Proctor. Really is fantastic to have all of your company. So you see the end of the over. Northamptonshire 23 for 1 after 7 here in what is the 4th and final innings of this game. The very first one in the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. Really is a nice assortment so far today. Got Chichester mentions in the stream, Stockholm as well. Of course, up in Sweden from our position here in Northampton. Slightly further north than we currently are here in the UK. Of course, plenty from Manchester. Luke tuning in from Norwich, and he says, come on, you Steelbacks.
Who have we got tuning in from Chichester? Have we got Lancashire or Northamptonshire supporters down on the south coast?
That's a very good question, Paul. Let us know. with regards to that.
That is an area of the world that I know pretty well.
Well, there's more castle chat as well with Lancaster, which, unsurprisingly, has been visited by myself in the past. So that one is edged, and it's been taken. Great catch there. Low by Tom Hartley, and Lancashire have opened up their account here on day 4. Harry Conway, the night watchman, the man to go, dismissed by Tom Bailey, who has his first wicket of the innings. Northamptonshire 23 for 2. Still require 298 runs for the victory, with 8 wickets remaining here at the county ground, Northampton.
Yeah, good start to the morning for Lancashire is, of course, the night watchman. Harry Conway makes his way off. Northamptonshire would have liked him to have hung around for a bit longer and just taken a bit more life out of this brand new Duke's cricket ball. But he goes early on in the morning. 23 for 2 now, the score.
Well, we said it yesterday, Tom Bailey continues to have a wonderful game. Just one of those consummate county professionals, season in, season out. You know exactly what you're getting from him. And usually it's early wickets, as he has provided here on the 4th day. It really has been a varied contribution as well. Of course, we've seen plenty of wickets with the ball in hand, but let's not forget those invaluable runs. 39 in the first innings, and then, of course, 35 in the second. A proper all-rounders display from the man born in Preston. And this now, an early test for Northamptonshire. Admittedly, Conway the night watchman, but still would have hoped to have hung around for a little bit longer.
On the money, an appeal from behind the stumps, inquiring whether there might have been toe first before bat, but nothing really from Tom Bailey. Calvin Harrison, the man who was dismissed by Anderson day 1. Gone. He's left it. He's gone straight through him, Tom Bailey. Off stump, knocked back, and Calvin Harrison, the Northamptonshire number 4, goes second ball without scoring. And what was a good start by removing Harry Conway has become an excellent one for Lancashire. Northamptonshire are 3 down for 23, and Harrison goes.
Well, it's precisely the start that Lancashire are after. Mentioned about the importance of early wickets, and they've gone bang, bang in this over. 2 wickets in 4 deliveries from Tom Bailey. In terms of that pendulum, still very early days, of course, in the wider context of the day's play. But that really is outstanding stuff from the seam bowler. Harrison will be disappointed. It's one of those which is probably left on both line and maybe length. He thought it could have been going over the top of his stumps. Well, instead it just tails back in and cannons in. Disturbs the poles, and, well, he has to depart very early days indeed. Shouldered arms to it. In hindsight, not the correct decision. And as a result, Northamptonshire already experiencing a little bit of an early wobble. If there is someone to come in and stabilise the ship, though, it would be this man, Nathan McSweeney. Scored 32 in his first innings as a Northamptonshire cricketer. As we all know, displays so much leadership qualities. A fine player with the bat in hand. But he has got a big job to do here today.
Yeah, massive job. He was dropped, wasn't he, on 0 in that first innings. A few nerves maybe settling into his Northamptonshire career. Went on to score 30-odd in the first innings. Whilst watching teammates depart at the other end, but Tom Bailey's got his tail up. Still those 4 slips, 2 deliveries left in the over. And he's on the money, you should expect, but McSweeney covers up.
Already you can hear the Lancashire fielders very vociferous in their encouragement. Plenty being offered from the slip cordon, which, unsurprisingly, is very populated at the moment. 4 slips alongside the keeper, Matty Hurst, as Bailey looks to round out the over. And he does so very well. Dot ball to finish. It's a double wicket maiden. Northamptonshire 23 for 3. Still requiring 298 for the victory. And it is slightly similar to what we saw in the Tudor Roses' first innings. Of course, at lunch on day 2, they were 51 for 5 in a real pickle, a spot of bother. And McWeeny was one of those individuals who started to scrap and claw his way back in for the home side. Louis Kimber, of course, on his debut scoring 33, and well, the main man was Lewis McManus, scoring an unbeaten 75.
Anderson from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Proctor on strike. Now, if there's time for the 2 leaders in this dressing room to stand up in the middle, this is about the time to go and do it. Luke Proctor was dismissed early in the first innings. He's on 9 now. McWeeny, the vice-captain, in the middle with the captain. Northamptonshire trail by 297, with now only 7 wickets remaining in this innings. So 7 to win for Lancashire. You're not going to get a moment off, are you, with these 2 bowling in tandem? Down the leg side. Nothing on it that time. Oh, big inside edge into the pad. Oohs and ahs from the Lancashire team in the middle. The ball just stopped dead at the toes of Luke Proctor. Couldn't find a way through. And off the glove. Proctor just rips the hand off it like a chainsaw. Just extra bit of bounce. We saw it again, didn't we? It's been a theme. Once the weather has settled down, kind of felt like those opening 2 days, because of that storm and the wind that we had, it kind of nullified a lot of the swing and the seam that was potentially available on this surface. We saw it with that new ball yesterday, with Harry Conway in particular getting a little bit extra bounce and carry and movement through the air. Anderson doing the same this morning. Tom Bailey from the other end. Oh, it's a beauty. Goes past McWeeny. Ball just holds its line. It's a dot ball to end the over. 24 for 3.
Yeah, these 2 complementing each other superbly so far. As you said, Dan, laser-like in the accuracy. Just bowling that stereotypical channel bowling. Really is difficult, especially when there is that hint of nip and tail back, as we've seen from both Anderson and this man, Tom Bailey. And this is a stiff challenge here. As Proctor just readies himself to face this latest delivery.
And a beauty again. It's similar, isn't it? If it's one's not going to get you, the other one will. It was Sanderson in the first innings, Conway in the second, Anderson in the first innings, and Bailey in the second here. Width on offer. Nicely timed by Luke Proctor through the offside, but at that solitary fielder in front of square on the offside. Left alone. Drifting back in towards the stumps. Oh, it's kept low. Shot past off stump. Well, it's all appling this morning for Lancashire. A very, very good start for the visitors.
It really has been, and the challenge doesn't get any easier, does it? Ajit Singh Dale, as the first change bowler, thought he bowled very nicely in the first innings. Of course, George Balderson providing plenty of control. It's Bailey again testing the outside edge there of Proctor's bats. Northampton's captain withdrawing it in time. And then there's the spin to deal with. We did see a hint of purchase and grip and turn for the likes of Harrison, McWeeny yesterday. Lancashire themselves possessing a couple of spin options in Tom Hartley with the left arm orthodox and Luke Wells with the leg spin. You can see right now they are absolutely buoyant.
Extra bit of lift again from Tom Bailey to end the over. A wonderful start to the day for Lancashire. Plenty of encouragement for the visitors as well, as you can hear through our effects mic.
Well, I think they know just how crucial these next 10 overs are, because we have seen this, aside from maybe Lancashire's first innings, which, as you said, maybe those conditions almost nullified the potential swing and lateral movement of the ball on that first day. We have seen the runs starting to flow with a lot more consistency and fluency as the innings have progressed. So I expect it to be very loud from that slip cordon, giving plenty of encouragement to both Bailey and Anderson. Because once the ball just dies a little bit, there hasn't been too much in terms of assistance from the surface. A couple have kept low. There's been that hint of variable bounce, but runs have been scored a lot more easily. Hence why I think we are seeing this measured approach from the likes of McWeeny and Proctor. They know that there are runs to be had. Of course, we'll give you the updates from around the ground in around about 15 to 20 minutes time. Great to see that there will be play at the Riverside today between Durham and Kent.
Yeah, fantastic. They've got that sorted out. Some of those pictures that were shown yesterday in the end looked pretty pretty grim, didn't they? With covers within the seats and bits of scaffolding from camera stands that had been ripped down. So good news that they're back out there. We did get a result last night as well, didn't we? It was Essex confirming the first victory of the 2026 County Championship with an innings victory down on the south coast against Hampshire. Anderson here challenging McSweeney. And the thing that made that win for Essex so impressive was the amount of time that had been lost because of the weather as well. They was late starting, they'd lost time on day 2 and they'd lost time on day 3, and they'd still won by an innings with time to spare on the clock yesterday. Be a few other games reaching a conclusion, won't there, in the not too distant future. And the way that Lancashire have started here, it's entirely possible that this one could be one of them, as that one just shaves past off stump. Doesn't matter though, it's a good leave for McSweeney.
But then again, we have seen it again, going back to that conversation about the previous innings. At one point, Northamptonshire were 41 for 5 in their first effort with the bats and finished 258 all outs. I mean, they've just got to really graft away here. And it will be tough, it will be difficult, as we see a dot ball to end the over, a maiden one from Sir James Anderson to end the 11th of the innings. Northamptonshire 24 for 3. A couple more shout-outs as well, Dan, from the YouTube live stream. Shout-out to Andy, who's tuning in from Bulgaria, and Sam, who's tuning in from Redditch. Please do continue to let us know where you are enjoying the action from and how you're spending your time on this lovely sunny day. Easter Monday it is here in the UK. Of course, for both of us, we're absolutely overjoyed to be providing the commentary for you today.
Close. Convinced by the cordon. Tom Bailey wasn't particularly interested, was he? But certainly a bit of excitement from behind the stumps.
Yeah, just taking a second look at that. Potentially the height being the issue on that latest one.
That one much fuller. Kept out by Luke Proctor that time. Call of weight. Bailey and Anderson here bowling consecutive maidens and really building the pressure. These two in the middle. At the moment, Luke Proctor has an answer. There is a slight relief of pressure as Proctor and McSweeney are able to switch ends with a leg bye. End of the over, dot ball to finish. So There was one conceded, but it's Misley, isn't it, at the moment? 25 for 3 after 12.
Well, it really is. And of course, that was an extra. So if you actually take a look at the bowling figures so far for Tom Bailey, 6 overs bowled, 4 of which have been maiden overs, 2 wickets for 3 runs. And he is setting the tempo, the tone and the standard here alongside Anderson. And as I said, I know that the world headlines from this game will of course centre around the icon Anderson, but don't forget the contributions of Tom Bailey. Continues to deliver the goods for the Red Rose, as he did last season with his 38 wickets. Here is Anderson then. Bowling to Proctor. Half stop there by Matty Hurst.
Yeah, just kept a little bit low, didn't it, as it went past the stumps. Hurst almost wore it rather than caught it.
Again, lovely channel bowling there from Anderson. Real test of mettle and concentration, this. It's a good battle. Proctor, of course, formerly of Lancashire, born in the county itself. He's an Oldham lad. Now the captain of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Out there in the middle, alongside his new vice-captain.
Beauty, isn't it? Anderson just wanting that ball to swing a fraction more. Proctor covering that up. This morning session, at least for Northamptonshire, almost just turned into damage limitation within the first 15 minutes, hasn't it, this morning? Rather than a thought of 312 in a day, it's more of a we need to just stabilise this first innings. This first session, sorry.
Yet again, Anderson, bang on the money. Stringing together these dot balls with consistency. Not allowing for the partnership to generate much traction as of yet. Just the 2 runs scored between Proctor and McWeeny so far. The latter yet to get off the mark from 10 deliveries faced. Proctor just smothers that latest one. It's another maiden over from Jimmy Anderson. Northamptonshire remain 25 for 3. And at the end of the next over, the 10th one of the day's play, and what will be the 14th one of the innings, will give you those updates from around the different county grounds on what's already looking like a very important 4th day up and down the country. Also great to see so many of you tuning in on the live stream as Bailey bowls here to McWeeny. The Australian leaving that one well alone outside his off stump. 4 slips in place here for the visitors. Bell at first, Singh at second, Jones at third. Tom Hartley, the man who took the catch to dismiss the night watchman Conway, he's in at 4th, with Luke Wells at backward points. Josh Pahanan in the covers. Another gem of a delivery, that, from Tom Bailey. who, dare I say, Dan, I'd like to use this word a lot, especially for spinners. I'll use it for a seamer. He has been metronomic today.
Yeah, he's not missed a beat, has he? Anderson's been good, but Bailey has stolen the show this morning so far, forcing the Northamptonshire batters into a shot, or at least a significant decision each delivery.
Oh, that one again just lifts slightly. McWeeny just takes a second to regather himself. As for the rest of the field, this 6-3 split at the moment for Tom Bailey. He's got his captain to slightly wide-ish mid-on. A fielder in short forward mid-wickets. Of course, also has the long leg in play. Just giving the ball a nice shine here as he prepares to charge in from the David Capel end. That one's slightly uppish, and for half a second, Lancashire thought that would have travelled into the awaiting palms of George Balderson. He's just taken a couple of steps to his left from the previous position. Now in more of what is, I'd say, forward square leg. And that adjustment almost led to the wicket. That one a lot more assertive and confidently played by McWeeny for no run. McWeeny there just tucks that away on the leg side, thinking about scarpering back for a second. And that was a good run in the end by the Australian. That will get him off the mark with a 2. Northamptonshire 27 for 3. They require 294 further runs for the victory. And Dan, in terms of those scores on the doors, would you like me to hand over for that pleasure and that privilege here on day 4?
Let's have a go at it. As I mentioned, there is one result. It was an innings victory down in Southampton for Essex against Hampshire. Stick and go through the rest of the games in Division 1. We've got 5 wickets to win at Leicester for Sussex. Leicestershire are currently 161 for 5. They've not lost a wicket this morning, and they are 320 runs behind Sussex. Down in Cardiff, Glamorgan versus Yorkshire. Glamorgan batting 212 runs in front with 7 wickets remaining against Yorkshire. I wonder and fear that that loss of time on day 1 may be the deciding factor at Sapphire Gardens, as we've got a change of bowling here. Ajit Singh Dale replaces James Anderson. At Edgbaston, there's some resilience from Surrey. They're 17 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings score. They're 199 for 3. With Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence in the middle for Surrey. So a good recovery job at the moment for the visitors at Edgbaston. One run for Proctor. Down at Taunton, Somerset, they lead Nottinghamshire by 255. There's hundreds this morning for James Rue and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. They're 246 for 3. Then in Division 2, obviously the game we've got going on here, we mentioned earlier that they are playing up at Chesterless Street. Durham lead by 256. They've only got 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. They're 118 for 6, maybe trying to put their foot down a touch and move that game along a little bit quicker than what they would have done naturally. At Lords, Gloucestershire were asked to follow on. They trail Middlesex by 100. They're 129 for 3. in their second innings, and the other game and final game in Division 2 up at Derby. Derby's mammoth first innings score of 625. Worcestershire were asked to follow on. They still trail Derbyshire by 225 runs with 7 wickets remaining. They have lost one this morning, that of the youngster Latigan. So we are getting closer to some results in this opening weekend of the championship, as that's beautifully played through the offside by Nathan McWeeny. It's going to be a long chase out to the boundary edge, and the Lancashire fielder wins. Come back for a third. Fantastic chase. I think that was by George Balderson in pursuit of that one. 3 runs added.
Yeah, good shot that, wasn't it, from McWeeny? Just pushing it nice and square of the wicket. Easy pickings for a man of his quality. Also good tandem fielding, wasn't it? I know you mentioned the original effort, but of course the support as well from Bohannon. Someone dropped slightly short yet again by the former Gloucestershire man. We spoke about this in the first innings, but I'm really happy to have seen Ajit Singh Dale's progression over the years. Started out at Slough Cricket Club, got his first county opportunity down in Hampshire, and then it was in a second 11 match at Rockhampton, which is basically one of Gloucestershire's go-to for second 11 cricket. He absolutely tore through the glorious Gloucesters, and they offered him a deal. Was that one? Proctor hanging the bat out slightly on that occasion. Of course, that's game in which he took match figures of 5 for 30, led to Gloucestershire offering him a deal in 2022. And you just look at the past 3 seasons, right? He had 15 wickets in 6 appearances in 2023. Fast forward to 2024, that becomes 23 wickets in 11 matches, finishes as Gloucestershire's second leading wicket taker. As Proctor will push that away out towards mid-wicket for 1. Again, some solid running to round out the 15th over. Northamptonshire 32 for 3, require 289 for the victory. And then, of course, last season, the best of the lot. 40 wickets, an average of 30 in 11 appearances. Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker. He's in his 25th year on this planet, is Ajit Singh Dale. And he appears to be getting better and better and better. So great opportunity for him to really almost elevate his game now at Lancashire. Continue that evolution, continue that progression. And he will have a prominent role as that first change seam bowler throughout the season. As Bailey bowls here to Proctor. Another fine delivery, this time coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Really bringing that off stump back into play. Proctor just steps forward into that latest defensive shot. As mentioned before, this is a battle of the Lancashire Academy products.
He has been brilliant, hasn't he, Tom Bailey, this morning? I mentioned about at the start of the day's play that Northamptonshire would need to go at 3 1/4 runs per over. This bowling lineup bowls very dry for Lancashire, and they've not even brought George Balderson into the attack yet with Matty Hurst up to the stumps. To give you just an idea, if you're not looking at the scorecard, Northamptonshire in this innings are going at 2 runs on over. The last 5 overs have been going at 1.6, having conceded just the 8 runs off their bowling lineup. And Tom Bailey's innings figures here, he's in his 8th over. He's conceded 5 runs. He's going at less than a run and over, considerably less than a run and over. It has been brilliant by Tom Bailey.
It is, and he's keeping it simple, isn't he? He's not going for different variations every other delivery. I know that we've seen he does have the one which he almost takes a little bit of pace off, looks to bowl stump to stump with that delivery. So again, he gets Proctor pushing forward, quick single taken, sharply run in the end by McWeeny. Just keeps the strike rotating there for the home side, but in terms of the lengths, he's not suddenly dropping it violently short. He's not suddenly bowling one which is a lot wider, a lot more appealing for the opposition compared to the last. He's keeping it simple. He's keeping it measured. He's keeping it disciplined out there. Really is an exhibition for any young seam bowler who wishes to excel in the red ball game. This is exactly how you do it. Changing the field here as well as deep backward square leg comes into place alongside long leg. Those two, the only men out towards the boundary rope. It's Bailey that time. Provides the surprise bumper. End of the over. Just a solitary run coming from Luke Proctor's bat. Northamptonshire now 33 for 3. It's Ajit Singh Dale. Well, he's keen, he's eager, as he should be as well. For Singh Dale will also be the 6-3 field. 3 slips in the cordon, a gully, a backward point. Josh Bohannon patrolling at extra cover.
I wonder whether Lancashire like this as a matchup for Singh Dale bowling at Luke Proctor. That final delivery from McWeeny, or to McWeeny, that bumper with the field out was so uncharacteristic from what Tom Bailey has put together so far. I wonder whether it was an attempt, a successful attempt to keep McWeeny at that end and allow Ajit Singh Dale to bowl to Luke Proctor.
Goes a little bit straighter on that occasion, does the 25-year-old. He's definitely gained pace over the years as well. That's the other thing which really impresses me. He's worked a lot with various coaches over the years, spoke about his connection to Ashish Nehra and Ishant Sharma. Of course, that's landed him now on the radar of the England Lions. Featured in that series against India A in 2025. Definitely someone with a lot of potential.
Well, he's quick, isn't he? And that's something that certainly the England selectors will be very excited about, as should county cricket fans, to see a genuine fast bowler tearing away in the county championship. You've got the skill, the experience, the precision, you mentioned the metronomic nature of the likes of Tom Bailey and James Anderson. In this game, Ben Sanderson as another one. But Ajit Singh Dale gives you that X factor, a bit of extra excitement. Yeah, fine, might not come with the same level of control. May bowl you the odd ball that you can score from, but as we've seen here whilst he was wearing a Gloucestershire shirt, can put together a spell of absolutely unplayable bowling.
That's well stopped by Bohannon.
And with the nature of the way that England have gone about selecting their fast bowlers for red ball cricket, you'd have to say that Ajit Singh Dale has that blueprint of a cricketer, he's got to be on the radar.
He does indeed. It's always exciting, isn't it, to see that extra degree of pace. I think here at Northampton, of course, for Northants, Richard Gleeson, when he was bowling thunderbolts. Good times here at Wantage Road. Well, there's a bit of a muted appeal there. Would say rather speculative from Ajit Singh Dale. And that will be a dot ball to finish. His second one of the day's play is a maiden. It's exciting as well, isn't it? Really is when you see the likes of, well, as we mentioned, a Gleeson, a Mark Wood, a Jofra Archer. These guys with genuine pace. It keeps you hooked. It keeps you on the edge of your seats. Think of someone like Dale Steyn as well. I miss watching Dale Steyn. What a terrific bowler he was. Just the 439 test wickets for South Africa. Of course, graced the county circuit for multiple clubs as well. Bailey continues. Getting McWeeny on the defensive. That one slightly fuller in length from Bailey. Driven only as far as Bohannon. Of course, someone else who was a product of the pathway here in Northamptonshire, originally born in Norfolk, was Ollie Stone, who's since gone on to play for Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Was there for his England Test debut in 2019 against Ireland. One of the great sights, isn't it, in cricket? Genuine pace.
Yeah, it is. And I think all of those, or those trio of players that you've just mentioned there are highlights, and I don't necessarily want to go down this rabbit hole, but highlights of why it would be so important to keep this 18 county structure in the county championship. You've mentioned those three guys, two of which have represented England at the full level in red ball and white ball cricket. One that I'm pretty confident will at some point in his career in the not too distant future. But it's all started at counties that wouldn't necessarily, that you wouldn't, that aren't test match venues, that aren't in that top 8, so to speak.
Well, I think you know my thoughts on the 18 first-class counties, Dan. It's very positive indeed. I absolutely adore the county setup that we have here in England and Wales as Matty Hurst will don the lid. All it took, one shuffle down the track there from McWeeny, and the keeper is up to the stumps. 4 slips still awaiting the cordon. As McWeeny leaves that one on length.
Yeah, I suspect Tom Bailey might be tiring a touch as well this morning. It's been a long spell, isn't it? Best part of an hour now. He opened the bowling at 11 o'clock this morning. So there might just be a slight drop-off in pace, allowing Matty Hurst up to the stumps slightly more comfortably than what he would have done at the start. Ball a touch older as well. Maybe it's not quite doing as much laterally as what it was an hour ago. But that ball before that one was an incredible take by Hurst. I love watching wicket keepers up to the stumps against the seamers. It's brilliant.
It really is. And again, haven't we seen some marvellous keepers in county cricket? He was slightly before my time, but whenever I think of just true glovemen, Jack Russell has to be almost the typical archetype in that sense. Some of the leg side takes that he would pull off against both spin and seam. Oh, watching the highlights of those, well, it's glorious. Again, another solid leave there by McWeeny. That time it was based on line. That channel bowling coming into effect once more by Tom Bailey, who yet again finishes with a maiden over.
Just making his way off the field now as well, isn't he? Wonder whether he has got one more left in him or whether he's going off now for a bit of a refresh before he comes back later on in the piece. Time will tell.
What we do know will be Ajit Singh Dale continuing his spell here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bowling around the wicket here to the left-handed Proctor. That one rises nicely off the playing surface. That latest one well guided in the end by Proctor. Just plays it into the turf for no run. Fielded in the end by Luke Wells. Just confirmation of the substitute fielder as well is Mitch Stanley, wearing the number 38, so right on cue. As we're talking about him, he's taken from just in front of square leg. He'll now take up a position, a slightly deepish back square. Many a metre in from the boundary rope itself, but still very much in the deep. Proctor covers up once more.
Interesting fielding positions that Ajit Singh Dale has set there to Luke Proctor. Both fine leg and backward square. They're a good, do you say, 15 yards off the boundary rope, both of them. Certainly catching positions rather than defensive positions, but a lot of real estate behind them. Whether we are going to see an Ajit Singh Dale bumper to Luke Proctor in a moment, whether he is going to leave them there as almost bluffing agents as part of this spell. Something that we've seen quite a lot of with Luke Proctor during the course of the county championship is the employment of a leg slip and bowling very, very straight. He's very almost autonomous at turning the ball off the hip. Has been dismissed at that position a couple of times.
Been very disciplined so far, though, as the Northamptonshire captain. Of course, the other real area of strength in his game, hence the presence, really, of the gully and backward point, is the cut shot. I think that is Luke Proctor 101. He's got such a strong cut shot in the locker. Of course, the cover drive as well, as you said, Dan. The release shot is that little clip down the leg side, isn't it? But really is so proficient in that scoring region. Haven't seen it as of yet, though. Yet again, happy to just cover up in defence. Ajit Singh Dale has his second maiden over of the day's play. Northamptonshire stay on 33 for 3. Partnership growing up to 10 runs from 2 that we saw slightly earlier on. And the home side still require 288 further runs for the victory here on day 4. As for Lancashire, well, their target 7 wickets. As we see a change of bowler here from the David Capel end, it will be George Balderson to bowl his right arm seam. As we said, the challenge does not dissipate in its nature. Balderson was Lancashire's leading wicket taker last season with 40 wickets at 31.25. We haven't seen the keeper up to the stumps as of yet, but the helmet is behind Hurst nonetheless. Just in case McWeeny goes for a little bit of a wonder.
Yeah, I suspect it'll be something that McWeeny looks to use. Hurst in that first innings was almost up to the stumps in an instant, wasn't he, with the introduction of George Balderson into the bowling attack for Lancashire. So I'm sure it won't be long, if of course they feel that's something they need to do.
So 2 slips and a gully. McWeeny just dabs that one away, really, towards the substitute fielder Mitchell Stanley. Interesting fact about Mitch Stanley: he's made 2 first-class appearances for Lancashire to date, both of which have been against Kent. So I wonder if we might see him against the White Horse a little bit later on in the campaign. First of those coming at Stanley Park up in Blackpool. Formerly of Worcestershire as well, and the Shropshire ranks too in the national counties. Born in Telford, he's the 25-year-old. Funny enough, actually, the Lions' latest tour to Australia, he was also included. He is someone who does bowl with genuine pace as well. Stage of his career seen predominantly as a bit more of a white ball specialist. And now you see Matty Hurst donning the helmet. George Bell will just tuck his cap into the back pocket. Good delivery from Balderson. McWeeny looks for the pressure release, and he guides it along the carpet as far as Mitch Stanley. So that will be another dot ball to finish out the over. Balderson starts off well. It's a maiden for the 25-year-old. Northamptonshire 33 for 3 after 20 in their second innings.
Slow going for the home side. Very much the method of the morning now to just see where they are if they can get to lunchtime. This partnership is huge. It's crucial. The modern game, that run rate can go a little bit further north than where it is, but it's the wickets that have been lost this morning that have really, really hampered Northamptonshire. One, of course, was the night watchman of Harry Conway. He did a great job last night. And a bit of a shell shock dismissal to remove Calvin Harrison. Clean bowled by Tom Bailey. Looking to leave the ball and crashing into the top of off stump. Nice number of people have made their way into the ground on Bank Holiday Monday here at Northampton. You've got a few basking in the sunshine in the Briggs and Forrester stand, some families in as well, enjoying the Easter holidays before they have to go back to school, which is amazing to see the next generation being indoctrinated into the church of county cricket. The supporters sat in front of the supporters club, old signal box, enjoying the sunshine. A couple of supporters, couple of fans down in that newly named NME stands with a couple of signs. I can't quite read what they say. I like the idea of them saying something along the lines of, "Jimmy, can I have your shirt, please?" or something like that. But see them sat there with their cardboard boxes. I think they're kind of pointing it towards the commentary box, but I still can't read it, lads. It's either my eyesight's gone bad or you might need a bit of cardboard for me to be able to read that one. A few up in the members, the Spencer Lounge. Well-supported county. They're enjoying the shade at the moment.
And yet again, plenty downstairs as well. Looking at the different suites here in the Lynn Wilson Centre. It's a healthy smattering as Bailey just pushed out on towards the boundary rope here. In fact, he'll take a few steps in, so he's at deep backward square.
And there is that bumper, the tempter, which Luke Proctor gets well underneath. That extra pace of Singdale is just going to leave a little bit of, well, lack of control if you were going to play one of those cross-bat shots, particularly with those two fielders lurking and positioned off the boundary rope behind square on the leg side down towards the coffee van. Short ball again, and well directed at the badge of the helmet of Proctor, who gets out the way of it at the last moment. It's a good spell by Ajit Singh Dale. This is his fourth over. Coming towards the end of it, he's bowled 2 maidens in it so far and only conceded those 5 runs. So he's been able to back up Anderson and Bailey with their measly run rate this morning. And a solid way to end the over. Still 33 for 3, back-to-back maidens for Lancashire.
Yeah, incredible to just take a look at the live stream again. Almost 4,000 of you tuning in concurrently to what is day 4 of the season as a whole. I mean, if this is basically the standards for the rest of it, I think we're in for a very, very exciting summer indeed. Balderson bowls here to McSweeney.
It's a huge cry from behind the stumps. They've obviously heard something that George Balderson and Matty Hurst haven't, because there was no appeal at all, was there, from bowler or keeper? But Bell, Singh and Jones were incensed that there was a feather on that. Nicely played, but straight at Josh Bohannon. Didn't have to show off his speed across the outfield that time. Sweeney still on 5, Proctor on 13. And the pressure, well, building. Is it building? I don't necessarily know if it's become more pressurised since 11 o'clock this morning for Northamptonshire, to be honest with you. It feels like it's remained at just a very, very high level. Well, left once again. Left almost on length, I think, that time by McSweeney. He does take a wander off to square leg just to compose himself this time. I don't think Luke Proctor and McSweeney are going to be hugely fussed about the fact that that number hasn't been ticking up over on that scoreboard. I don't think it's something that 2 cricketers of their experience and the roles that they know they've got to play are going to be too worried by that number. Balderson just overstepping. So that will allow the scoreboard to tick up for the first time in a few minutes, up to 35 for 3.
Has been tough going though, hasn't it? Think about the overnight score at Stumps, 9 for 1. So 26 runs have been scored for the loss of 2 wickets here for the home side in, well, almost 18 overs.
Just swooping on everything. You can tell, can't you? The energy and the body language is up for Lancashire, as you'd expect. They're up and around, buzzing about between the overs, creating the energy and the theatre and the atmosphere out there in the middle. Not much else to report around the grounds. I don't believe the scores have changed a great deal since we last spoke.
That game up in Durham will be very interesting. I know that a quick flurry of wickets have fallen, but yesterday there was actually talk of a declaration in that game between both Ryan Campbell and Adam Hollyoake, the respective head coaches. 2 coaches who want a positive result in that one.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. Can't get it past Bohannon. Yep, I mean, Durham, as we spoke about, they probably consider themselves to be one of the favourites, if not the favourites, to be promoted back to Division 1 with the squad that they've got. They currently lead by 280. And that's one thing with the Division 2 side of it. There's no jeopardy in regards to relegation. Yeah, fine, you don't want to go through and lose all of your games, but you don't go anywhere if you do. So why not lose a game trying to win one in Division 2?
Well, for many years, that was almost the issue with Glamorgan. Glamorgan, percentage-wise, drew a lot of matches. And it meant that they'd finish in the top 4 pretty much every single season, but it was about getting to that next level. As we see Ajit Singh Dale here to Luke Proctor, in probing the defences of the Northamptonshire captain. The fact is you do need quite a few victories, as we saw last season, with Glamorgan finishing in 2nd place, and, well, Leicestershire pretty much ran away with the division, didn't they? In what was an historic season for both of those counties. Leicestershire returning to the top flight for the first time since 2003. For Glamorgan, the first time since 2005. Wonderful achievement for those 2 counties. Both of these teams desperate to return as well, as you can imagine. For Lancashire, they don't want to be toiling away in Division 2 any longer. They already have, and as for Northamptonshire, they would love to return to Division 1, especially after how they played in 2022. Thought they had a very strong campaign. And that is out. Great catch from Luke Wells. Ajit Singh Dale, the X Factor strikes. And Luke Proctor will have to depart for 13 runs. Northamptonshire 35 for 4. The partnership is broken. And Lancashire now well and truly in the ascendancy. It's been a great morning session for the Red Rose. For Ajit Singh Dale, he continues to leave his mark on his Lancashire debut.
Yeah, that was that pressure just boiling over, wasn't it, for Luke Proctor? 35 for 4 now. The score hadn't moved for a while. He did succumb to a bit of a harder, a bit of a pushier drive at that delivery from Singh Dale that maybe just bounced a little bit more than he thought. Thick outside edge, good catch. And captain for Northamptonshire's got to go back to the sheds.
It's a good catch as well, isn't it, from Luke Wells? Haven't really mentioned his name so far in the field today. Just goes to show how alert you've got to keep and maintain those concentration levels. And, well, that is a big wicket. And speaking of prized wickets, at least for Lancashire, this man, I imagine, will have had a big red circle around his name in the team meeting this morning. It is Safe Zabe, who last season scored more runs than anybody else across either division of the county championship. Didn't really trouble the scorers in the first innings. He departed for 4 runs, caught by Michael Jones off the bowling of Jimmy Anderson. But this kind of situation is the one that he will revel in. He's a player who likes that extra degree of responsibility. Let's see what happens here. He's got a very stern test ahead of him, though. Ajit Singh Dale charges in once more.
Oh, it's a bumper. It's a nasty bumper straight away into the ribcage and the armpit of Safe Zabe. Fortunately for the Northamptonshire batter, there was nobody there. Singh Dale just almost looked as though he was apologising to Safe Zabe that he bowled in that delivery, but obviously just checking and making sure that he was all right. God, it was a nasty one, wasn't it? The bounce was steep, and it did balloon up in the air. McWeeny on strike. Positive spin on it. Safe Zabe got off the mark straight away. It's an inspired spell, really, from Ajit Singh Dale. Nearly 5 overs complete, 1 wicket for 6, with 3 maidens to his name as well. I suppose the question will be is, what will he bowl? 6 overs? 7 potentially? Does Sir James Anderson bring himself back? I think he probably would, rather than go to Tom Hartley. With 40 minutes to go in this morning session, which certainly Lancashire have created and caused an awful lot of damage to Northamptonshire in this 4th innings. The score is 36 for 4 after 23 overs.
And you see with both of these bowling partnerships, of course, early doors, we saw Anderson and Bailey. This one, Balderson and Dale. Just comes back to what we've spoken about at length, really, over the previous 3 days, and that's bowling in tandem. It's making sure that you complement your fellow bowler. And that is precisely what Balderson has done here so far. He's been very miserly. Just 2 runs conceded on his opening 2 overs of the piece as he bowls here to Safe Zabe. But you've got to back up your fellow bowler. If you've got someone, let's say, for example, like Singh Dale in this situation, and as you can see, he's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. If your other bowler is going at, let's say, 7 runs and over, suddenly it makes his impacts a little bit less felt.
Bounced again. I don't think there's bat on that. I think that's just hit Matty Hurst. Skipping away in discomfort. We got one on the end of a thumb or a finger. Nasty bounce. Yeah, they've backed all of them have backed up one another well, haven't they? Here between 4 Lancashire seamers. In. Once again, another dot ball.
Well, they are building up with Tremendous consistency here. And I was actually thinking in my head, when was the last boundary scored here for Northamptonshire? It was in the 7th over.
Was it Harry Conway's?
It was Proctor's.
Was it Proctor's?
But it's stifling this, isn't it? As I said, I mean, it's one thing to take wickets, and Lancashire have done that. They've taken 3 in this morning session so far. But they have just tightened the screw constantly. At least from my recollection, I don't think there's been many, if any, freebies.
There hasn't, no. And I don't think there's going to be for the next 38 minutes either. From a Northamptonshire batting perspective, this is going to be the type of broadcast to watch peering behind the sofa cushions, isn't it?
Then again, though, Dan, there is time. As we know, this game is very volatile.
Nicely played by Safe and a good tumbling stop will allow the 2 batters to cross. Tom Hartley doing enough to save more than just the single. End of the over, 37 for 4.
I think we've also seen Paul Coghlan come on as a substitute fielder. See him over there just having a little bit of a chat with George Balderson. Will be Dale to come on to bowl his 6th.
You wouldn't take him off at the moment unless he felt like he needed it. He's been so good this morning. Bless you.
Thank you very much. I think a helmet is coming onto the field of play. Indeed it is, for Josh Bohannon. Was keen to take the cap off. Imagine he'll position himself at short leg even. Indeed he will. But he is marshalling those fielders behind square. So deep backward square is in place along with the long leg. 3 fielders in the slip cordon. Backward point, extra cover. Mid on in play.
The way that Safe played that first delivery. Lancashire sensing an opportunity at short leg. He's very, very happy to play off the back foot. Safe, as you'd expect of a cricketer of his size. So early in his innings, Lancashire may think that Northamptonshire's leading run scorer from 2025 may be a bit of a happy hooker. It's that short ball, and it is pulled away at that man stationed at backward square leg for 1. But we spoke about it at points through the game so far. I am a big believer of the best way you're going to be successful in any situation is playing the way that you're most comfortable with. There are, of course, moments that going up and down gears will be important, but to potentially shut up shop when you're not that type of cricketer at all, I don't necessarily think is always the best option, but he's played that pull shot well. He's picked up 1. Singdale to McWeeny, very much looking for that top of off space and zone. will take a single that time. Score turgidly ticks on to 39 for 4. Been an excellent display of fast bowling by Lancashire this morning. Despite the defensive nature of Northamptonshire's approach to this morning's session, they haven't really given Northamptonshire much to score off at all. It's not like Northants have missed out. It's just been that good by this quartet of seamers.
Well, it has. I'd go as far as to say it's been irrepressible from Lancashire. As we said, I mean, there's been the odd surprise bumper, but they've been well-directed bumpers. They're not ones which are suddenly spiralling over the top of Matty Hurst or viciously travelling down the leg side. They've been testing, they've been challenging. And hardly any width. That's the other key here. And that comes from the entire quartet. Yeah, I like the field placement as well. Sorry to cut in there, Dan, but in terms of, you just see there with Proctor's dismissal, we spoke about him being very strong through that region at points, and well, that's where the wicket comes from. A good catch from Luke Wells, good field placement, good captaincy, and bowling to your field, and they've done exactly that, haven't they?
They have. Yeah, the highlight there, you said they've bowled very, very straight, and they have. They've bowled fourth stump, almost the widest, really, that they've offered up. They really have challenged every mode of dismissal, including the stumping with Matty Hurst up to the stumps. They really are covering all bases with what they've put together as Balderson at the end of his mark from the David Capel lenses. About to get underway his latest over. Oh, it's an absolute beauty. Again, an appeal from behind the stumps. Nothing really from Balderson. Just a great take from Matty Hurst.
Really is. And trust me, that is not an easy skill, is it? To be stood up to the stumps against pace, against seam bowling. Very talented young keeper is the 22-year-old.
Oh, that has ballooned, and it's gone. It's bounced a bit more than McWeeny thought it was going to do. It's taken the shoulder of the bat. It's floated and ballooned to that man at gully. It's a good low catch. And it's 5 down for Northamptonshire, and it's the big, big wicket. The Aussie overseas. Nathan McWeeny wrings his hand as he walks off. Maybe it's got a bit of glove involved there as well. 39 for 5, the hosts.
Yeah, this now turning into a wonderful morning session for Lancashire County Cricket Club. Conversely, a nightmarish one for the home side. And Balderson, as we said, I thought he was absolutely tremendous in that first innings. Didn't quite get the just reward, in my opinion. So it's good for him to have taken a wicket. But for McWeeny, well, he'll be absolutely gutted about that. It's one of those, it's just risen. Sharp bit of bounce, balloons, as you said, off the glove, and a good strong low catch there from Michael Jones. Sees the end of the Australian overseas. So Northamptonshire 39 for 5. The target for victory still 282 runs away. As for Lancashire now, they are halfway there, 5 wickets shy of what would be victory in the season opener.
Well, George Balderson now has James Sales in his sights. Keeper remains up to the stumps. Sales in the first innings was dismissed for 2. Off the bowling of James Anderson. An absolute beauty. Second ball of your innings to try and deal with that. Keeper up to the stumps, 3 slips and a gully, catching mid-wicket. And it's just snuck past the outside edge to the gloves of Hurst.
Well, the big question as well, Dan, can Lancashire maintain this intensity for the entire day? We spoke about it earlier. At one point, it's very similar to the first innings. There's Balderson bowls here. 2 sails. They had Northamptonshire 41 for 5. 51 for 5, in fact, at lunch itself, after that wicket of this man, James Sales. But after that, they just allowed a little bit of the pressure to dissipate as the afternoon and evening session progressed. Of course, we saw that 60-run partnership for the final wicket between Conway and Lewis McManus. If they can maintain this, though, I mean, they will be very well set up for the victory. It's been top-tier bowling, this. Dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. 0 reprieve whatsoever for the Northamptonshire top to middle order. And every single seam bowler so far has done their job to a T.
Yeah, it's been very good. Been very reminiscent of what we got to watch yesterday morning as well, wasn't it? Score is 39 for 5. Lancashire in their second innings were 40 for 5 with the brilliance of Conway. And these Lancashire seamers picking up where Northamptonshire's left off. At the minute, and yes, of course, there have been differences between these two sides, but the key one for me at the moment has been those drop catches that Northamptonshire put down in the first innings. We know as an easy bit of mathematics that Michael Jones was dropped on 4. He went on to score 71, so there's a 67-run deficit in that first instance, which is half of that first innings lead that Lancashire put together. Josh Bohannon had a couple of lives in his innings of 90 as well. Just going to show you really have to be clinical, don't you? Ruthless at this level, and particularly against this Lancashire side, missing 2 key batters. Something that Northamptonshire have been guilty of over the years, not taking those chances that they have created. As Singdale continues, short ball pulled away in front of square, and it is 4. Much to the excitement of those Lancashire fielders, they felt for a second that it was Tom Bailey out there was interested in that catch, just couldn't quite get the big fast bowling frame around to pick that up, and it is 4 runs to save Sabe.
It is, and it's also the first boundary in 116 deliveries. It has been very tough. It's been attritional here for Northamptonshire. There is Sabe at his best. Real bread and butter shot, isn't it, for the Northamptonshire man?
Shorter again, and that single pinched in the offside this time. I think, like Zabe they're showing with that pull shot, yes, there's risk associated to it, but you've got to go out there and bat. The likelihood of playing defensive cricket right the way through till 6 p.m. this evening from 5 down on a pitch that's offering something for the seamers, and as we saw with Calvin Harris and the spinners as well. You've got to play your natural game. And I think to Luke Proctor, that was his natural game, that gritty innings. Well played by James Sales. McWeeny, I dare say, might be a naturally more free-flowing cricketer than what we saw in that innings of 5. Sorry, 6, apologies, I've shortchanged them. That we've just witnessed. this partnership in the middle, they were really and truly the two protagonists really for Northamptonshire in 2025. A couple of hundreds for James Sales at number 4, save, making that number 5 slot his own. The leading run scorer across both divisions. But at the minute, very much the backs against the wall for the hosts at 44 for 5. The leg side, good take by Hurst.
Yeah, the first mission for these two, survive the next 23 minutes. Try and get the side to lunch. Less than 6 wickets down, really. Crazy thing to say, though, isn't it? That's been the quality of this Lancashire bowling attack so far.
Yeah, they're going to have to keep going, though, aren't they? Northamptonshire, they batted a long way down in the first innings, but because of the use of that night watchman, it will be Louis Kimber at 10, won't it, today? Which, with some of the exploits that he's put together for Leicestershire in the past, they're halfway through the innings, but it's a bit of a unique batting lineup for Northamptonshire in this particular fixture, with the number of batters and the quality of which that are coming later on in the order.
It is, but that can go one of two ways, Dan. Because, of course, you can think, well, even if we were to lose another one, we've still got batting to come. But at the same time, I don't think you can allow yourself to slip too much into that mentality. The fact is, these two have got to think, right, we are the foundation now.
I think that comes into it if you're actively looking to chase this target, or to chase the target down. And I'm sure that was a conversation at the start of the day's play. And depending on how the rest of the day goes out, there may still be a moment to have a look at it later. But it's going to take something remarkable for Northamptonshire from here to have a conversation with regards to that. But I agree with you. With this kind of backs against the wall innings that we've seen since the departure of Calvin Harrison, then yes, well, I'll leave it for somebody else isn't really the right way of looking at it.
Definitely not. We're seeing Tom Hartley just doing a few stretches there. Could see some spin very shortly. Balderson. Zay pressing forward in defence.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting look, won't it? There was definitely spin on offer for Calvin Harrison with those footholes outside the off stump of the left-hander. Save is out there, so they will come into play. You'd have thought with the brilliance of James Anderson in the bowling lineup, he'd fancy a couple of overs before lunch. Nicely bowled, nicely taken by Hurst.
I was about to say that the take there from Hurst, very stylish.
Like Spider-Man.
Yeah, just plucked it, didn't he? Honestly, there is something just so aesthetically pleasing about seeing a keeper who's proficient up to the stumps against seam bowling. Sabe again, plays that with soft hands. Just guiding it along the turf to Tom Hartley. It's operating currently at, say, 4th slip. There is a gap between him and Michael Jones, who's at 2nd. Harry Singh, in fact, I should say 5th. Sabe again. Just taps that one down towards that gully region this time. Yeah, Hurst up to the stumps. Bell at 1st, Singh at 2nd, Jones at 3rd. And Hartley there, just a step or two to the left of the fellow Ormskirk product. Two guys who will know each other very well. Another top stop, that from Tom Hartley. The dot balls to finish And Northamptonshire remain 44 for 5. Save on 8. James Sales yet to get off the mark from his first 8 deliveries faced. I think we may also see subfielder coming onto the pitch here. Ajit Singh Dale, I think he's just making his way off. Whether it will be Coghlan or Stanley, we'll let you know. As we alluded to, it will be Tom Hartley who comes on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So first sight of spin here today on day 4. George Bell immediately getting the pads and the helmet as well. Imagine he'll be stationed probably at short leg here. May even go into a silly point depending on Hartley's thought process. And indeed it is. It's Coghlan, who is the substitute fielder for Ajit Singh Dale. And there is Bell at short leg. Slip in place. It's a 5-4 field in favour of the offside. Hartley's first delivery is a dot ball punched into the covers and stopped by Josh Bohannon.
James Sales is a cricketer that Darren Lehman likes very, very much. The technique that he's got, the lateness at which he plays the ball. He's a big fan of James Sales. I think probably that move to 6, really more than anything, is to accommodate the arrival of Nathan McWeeny. In the first instance, whether the Northamptonshire lineup has a reshuffle as the season goes on, we'll find out. But in the short term, I suspect that's what the move is there for.
Plays that one on the back foot. Good take again by Matty Hurst, who whips off the bails in a flash. Will remain just a dot ball. Did have a couple of really big scores last season as well, didn't he? The century against Middlesex immediately springs to mind.
Yeah, you mentioned the 90-odd that he picked up at Old Trafford against Lancashire last year as well.
Scored a handy 70 against Gloucestershire here at the county ground too. Certainly has potential. That one slightly wider. Allows for Sales to play that one comfortably through the covers for 1. That'll be the ends of the over. A tight one from Tom Hartley. Just a solitary run coming off the final delivery. So Northamptonshire 45 for 5 after 29 overs in the innings. See George Balderson continue this spell from the David Capel ends. Is that one testing the inside edge of James Sales' bat? Just trickles its way down towards Coghlan. A long leg for 1. In terms of the other games as well, Dan, have we had any updates in terms of big scores or wickets taken?
Yeah, let's have a look. I'll give you a bit of a summary if much has changed. There's one further wicket to fall down at Taunton, so Somerset are now 4 down with a lead of 346 against Notts. Surrey still 3 down, runs being applied and churned out up at Edgbaston. They have a lead now against Warwickshire. Durham are 321 in front. They are 8 down up there against Kent. Gloucestershire have lost a couple of wickets at Lords, so they trail Middlesex by 74 runs. They are 155 for 5. Glamorgan, I believe they've lost one since we last spoke, 209 for 4. Only lead by 285. I'm sure they'll have a look at Yorkshire before the end of the day's play, but are running out of time. Leicestershire have lost a couple of wickets. They are 206 for 7 now against Sussex. Still trailed by 275. Sussex 3 wickets away from an opening weekend victory. 2 wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Those 2 to fall. 2 set batters of Eskenazi and Cox. And then the final game, Worcestershire still 3 down against Derbyshire. So a good rearguard action from the visitors up in Derby. So Leicester-Sussex, that's looking like it's drawing towards a conclusion. Middlesex getting a little bit closer as well. Everything else, taking this game in particular out of the conversation, looks like a way off at any form of result at the moment. As Safe Save punches that down the ground for a couple of runs.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, wasn't it, from Safe Save? Moves Northamptonshire closer to the team 50 for the innings. And again, that's a shot that he plays with real poise and panache. Just the little push-ins punch, isn't it? Down the mid-off region. Looks to target that area once more, but that one will be cut off. That'll be a dot ball to finish. 30 overs gone in the innings itself. Northamptonshire 48 for 5. They require a further 273 for the victory. As for Lancashire, well, they are targeting these final 5 wickets. The Red Rose halfway there after what has been a storming morning session, which has seen 4 wickets fall. Those 4 wickets being Harry Conway for 5. He was caught by Tom Hartley off the bowling of Tom Bailey. 2 deliveries later, we saw Calvin Harrison clean bowled, having the timber disturbed by the aforementioned Bailey. And Proctor was caught well by Luke Wells off the bowling of Ajit Singh Dale. Finally, the most recent wickets, Nathan McSweeney, caught by Michael Jones off the bowling of George Balderson. It is still Tom Hartley here, now into his 2nd over. Testing out the concentration levels here. James Sales. And both of these two coming from very much sporting backgrounds, as we'll touch upon. Nice looking shot for no run there from Sales. So Hartley, of course, the son of Bill Hartley, who was a very keen runner. As for James Sales around these parts, I don't think you need any introduction for his father, David. An icon of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. See Jimmy Anderson just go a little bit deeper at mid-on. That one just carved away really by James Sales off the back foot. Chase on here for Michael Jones. It will just remain 2 runs for the home side. That'll be the 50 up for Northants in the innings itself. They still have a mighty mountain to climb. But first-class cricket can be funny. All it might take is a big partnership. And all we can do is sit here, watch the action, and drink it in on what is a stunning Easter Monday here in Northampton. And it shall be a dot ball to finish the over from Tom Hartley. His second of the day goes for 2. Northamptonshire 50 for 5.
Nine minutes to go. These session times, they're all set, aren't they, on the final day? A minimum of 96 overs. It can be bowled. Can't make up for the time that was lost at the end of the day on day 2, although we had an awful lot of cricket yesterday, didn't we?
It was an extended day's play, wasn't it, on day 3? Lost quite a few overs, unfortunately, on the evening session of day 2. As per the rules and playing regulations today, a minimum of 96, which of course does have a concrete cut-off time as well. Again, another testing delivery, that's from George Balderson. Looking to prize the shoulder of Saib's bat. It's still a very populated slips cordon as well. Hurst, as we know, you can see him there up to the stumps. Ajit Singh Dale back on the field as well, operating there at backward point. Oh, and there's a big appeal for caught behind. Great take from Massey Hurst. And George Balderson has his second. It's the huge wicket of Saib for 10. And Northamptonshire now really under a lot of pressure on home soil. The hosts 50 for 6. Lancashire now 4 wickets away from victory in the opening game of the 2026 Rothesay County Championship.
It's a feather, isn't it? The pressure that Hurst was able to apply from being up to the stumps, paying off. Balderson bowling beautifully into the gloves of his wicketkeeper. So often you'll have a seamer that will enjoy that. They'll enjoy bowling to a keeper up to the stumps. It'll give them a big target to bowl into, of which Balderson does so well. And it's a feather from Zabe, as you say, 6 down for 50. With 6 minutes to go until the lunch break. George Bartlett heads out to the middle to join James Sales.
That really is such a good take, isn't it, from Massey Hurst. Can be a thankless job at times, can't it, the role of the wicket-keeper? If you put one of those opportunities down, you suddenly become the pantomime villain. But he really has been superb today. It's a very difficult skill that he's making look very easy. And there will be 0 change to the tactics here against George Bartlett. He showed glimpses, didn't he, in the first innings, scored 31 before being dismissed by Tom Bailey. Caught by Harry Singh. Let's see what he can do. And he'll get off the mark straight away. Just whips it away really out towards deep backward square leg. James Sales and Bartlett both on the same page there, turning it into 2 runs.
Yeah, it was a stylish innings from George Bartlett. Earlier on in this game, he is a stylish cricketer. It's about as tough as it gets at the moment, though, against Lancashire. That one just attempted to be whipped through the leg side. There really is a theatre, isn't there, being created by these Lancashire fielders at the moment. The appeals are loud. The slip cordon are engaged. You can hear the conversation and the chat, for want of a better word, through the effects mic.
So another over gone. 32 as far as the Northamptonshire innings is concerned. Home side, well, they are on the ropes here, 52 for 6. And Tom Hartley has got the ball in hand here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Short leg is in place along with a slip. Sales pushes forward on the drive. I also like the position here of Tom Bailey. It's very much in the eye line there of Sales if he looks for that release shot through mid-wicket. It's beaten the effort there of short leg. Should be at least 2 runs here. George Balderson will do the mopping up on the boundary. I'll tell you what, if this is a sign of things to come from the Lancashire bowling attack in Division 2, they will definitely fancy their chances of promotion.
Yeah, with the skill and the control that they've shown here, this is a bowling quartet that can go to Old Trafford if, of course, those conditions and those surfaces haven't changed from 2025 and still be successful. Bowling seam in Manchester in the Championship last year wasn't exactly on the top of the list, I wouldn't have thought, for most seam bowlers around the country, but if they can show this control, the level of control that they have, it's going to be tough for anybody coming up against these guys.
It really is, and, well, we can only imagine, unfortunately, how big of an addition Mitch Perry would have been as well, the Victorian overseas. A really good Sheffield Shield, made an instant impact in the final, as we see Tom Hartley have his cap returned by the umpire. End of the over. Northamptonshire 54 for 6. But even so, they really have got a very, very strong quartet here. And of course, still plenty to come in the batting ranks too, with the return of Keaton Jennings and Marcus Harris. It's Bartlett just guides that just beyond the effort of Tom Hartley. Balderson also overstepping there, so there'll also be another couple to add to the tally. 3 runs scored off the delivery in its entirety, with the combination of the 2 from the no ball and the single ran by Bartlett. And now it's just a case of Lancashire seeing how quickly they can prize these final 4 wickets. Of course, conversely for Northamptonshire, can they display that grit, that fortitude, that granite-like resistance? We've seen it already in this very game from the likes of McManus. We saw it in parts from Bartlett and Kimber and Sanderson. And the game is far from over, and they've got to show that resistance here. That's the real true test of character. Sales does well there just to rise to the bounce.
Yeah, you just don't see this day getting any easier for Northamptonshire, do you? I think that's the thing that they're really going to have to battle with. Bailey and Anderson will, of course, be economical with this older ball after lunch. Ajit Singh Dale with that extra pace, plus the accuracy of Balderson. Tom Hartley, I think, will be interesting to see how much he's used in the second half, or the second session of day 4. Is this a 3 or 4 over spell from Tom Hartley to see if there's any purchase? Is it an opportunity to rest one of the seamers?
Fancy footwork there from Tom Bailey. single added. I think it has also been interesting, hasn't it? The different tactic that Lancashire have employed, of course. Yesterday we saw spin from both ends from Northamptonshire. The Red Rose happy to almost have one from either end. Seam and spin in tandem. And that one has been tucked away. A race to the boundary rope for 4 runs off the bat of George Bartlett. No protection down there towards deep fine leg. Score now moves on to 62 for 6.
That was sort of disbelief, wasn't it, from Balderson and Hurst that George Bartlett had played that shot. Played it very, very fine. Always tough to know from this distance how close this is, particularly with the theatre and the occasion and the drama that the fielding team at points of a game of cricket can create. Another single taken off the final ball of the over. And that is lunch. Lunch on day 4 here at the County Ground in Northampton. It's one-way traffic. It's all Lancashire. The score is 63 for 6. The start of play, Northamptonshire were 9 for 1. They removed the night watchman, Harry Conway, pretty quickly. Very quickly after that, dismissed Calvin Harrison without scoring. There was a gritty, resilient partnership between Proctor and McSweeney, although it didn't really affect the scoreboard itself. That partnership was broken. McSweeney fell, Zabe fell. It's 2 wickets for Bailey, 2 for Balderson, 1 for Dale and 1 for Anderson in this innings. And well, these sandwiches for Lancashire are going to taste a damn sight sweeter than what they will for Northamptonshire.
Most definitely. Lancashire, as you said, have dominated that morning session. 5 wickets. They couldn't really have asked for any more. And as we said, the quality has been absolutely top-notch. So for the visitors, they'll be hoping for more of the same, try and polish off these final 4 wickets as quickly as they possibly can. As for Northamptonshire, well, they'll be hoping for just a little bit of a foundation, a partnership between these two, just to see them into the latter stages of the afternoon session. But it is lunch here on day 4 at the County Ground. We'll bid our farewells from the commentary for the time being, of course. We'll be back for the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes' time. And when we return, we'll see the resumption of the action as Northampton Lancashire face off in the Rothesay County Championship.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the county ground in Northampton. Players making their way out to the middle. My name is Dan Chadswick, joined by Aaron Viles. We're powered by Daffabet here at the county ground in Northampton. And after it was a barnstorming morning from Lancashire, they required just the 4 wickets to wrap up victory in their opening game of the 2026 County Championship. They've got James Sales and George Bartlett in the middle that they've got to contend with first. And it's Lewis McManus, Louis Kimber and Ben Sanderson to round out the Northants batting lineup. It'll be James Anderson, Sir James Anderson, opening the bowling this afternoon from the Lim Wilson centre ends. This feels more of a formality than it did this morning, Aaron.
Certainly does. As Jimmy Anderson prepares to bowl here to George Bartlett. And the afternoon session will begin with a 4.
Yeah, too straight from Anderson, wasn't it? Just flicked off the hip and runs away down to fine leg for 4. I suppose there's character really to be shown for Northants. There are a couple of players, one in particular being Justin Broad, missing from this lineup today. You'd think that he would be someone that slots straight back in, given the all-round capabilities of him and the success that he had with both bat and ball in 2025. So maybe the likes of Bartlett, Kimber, less so Sales, not fighting for a space, but a good innings here could prove the difference to continuing to be in the 11 when Justin Broad becomes available once again. 4 slips in place for Lancashire. Anderson on the money, as you'd expect. The ball is 34 overs old. So won't be swinging quite as much as it was this morning. It would have gone a touch softer as well. Who do you think they'll go for at the other end? Do you think it'll be an automatic pick of Tom Bailey? For me, I'd love them to carry on with George Balderson with Hurst up to the stumps.
Yeah, for me, I think it'll probably be Anderson and Bailey bowling in tandem, but completely agree. The fact is, Lancashire in this game really have got an embarrassment of riches, haven't they? Balderson today has been exceptional. Dale bowled superbly. And of course, Bailey, well, he set the standard in the morning session. So they have got options. And of course, then there's this man, Sir James Anderson, ready to bowl here.
Yeah, he's got 6 for the match so far, hasn't he? 5 in the first innings, a brilliant fifer, and then picked up that wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos late last night, caught by Matty Hurst. But 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16 before the start of this one. That one beautifully timed by George Bartlett through mid-wicket. It is going to be half, well, I'll say half stop to be kind by the fielder down there in the blue jacket. Took a bit of a nasty bump off the concrete. I think it did creep over the boundary rope though. 4 runs.
It did, and that again is a really aesthetically pleasing shot, isn't it, from George Bartlett? We spoke about this the other day, but had a good pre-season, scored 88 against Loughborough. And then, of course, in that first innings, we saw a couple of shots like that through mid-wicket. It's really showcasing some additional flair and elegance to his batting. And as we were discussing, Dan, it will be Tom Bailey to resume his work here on day 4 from the David Capel end.
Yeah, they've all bowled so well. There's no bad option at all in this Lancashire quartet of seamers, as that's nicely timed by James Sales through cover point for back-to-back boundaries for Northamptonshire. I thought Balderson bowled so well. That's not to say Tom Bailey didn't. He is going at less than a run and over with 2 wickets to his name from the 9 overs that he bowled this morning. 2 big wickets as well, wasn't it? Just personal preference, isn't it? Leader of the attack, I can understand that. So Tom Bailey takes it. Just personally really enjoyed that spell from George Balderson.
Well, I do think we'll see Balderson have another large and prominent role to play in this afternoon session. Just as you said, provided real point of difference. As we see Tom Bailey here, I know that we've had a few big questions, haven't we, over these first 4 days of the season, Dan, but Bailey, as we mentioned, a very underrated, perhaps somewhat underappreciated on a wider county level. He is, of course, uncapped, hasn't represented the 3 Lions and a Crown. My latest question for those tuning in, from wherever you are in the world, who do you say is your favourite all-time uncapped county cricketer? Oof. It's a tough one, isn't it? So many county stalwarts.
Yeah, so many to choose. And I mean, someone like Tom Bailey, ironically, is going to be a cricketer that's going to have been gate-kept from an England call-up by the bloke that's bowling at the other end at the moment. And Stuart Broad, for such a long period of time, they were untouchable. Brilliant record. In a similar vein to Ben Sanderson, isn't it? Someone that's just done it year in, year out for those supporters of their 2 respective counties. 3 slips for Bailey. Catcher there at short mid-wicket. That one flicked off the hip. That's going to be another 4, isn't it, for James Sales and Northamptonshire? It is. Just runs underneath the covers. And another boundary. The runs, in comparison to this morning, flowing for the hosts.
Yeah, it's been a rapid start compared to what we witnessed in the opening couple of hours. Boundaries occurring in quick succession here. Already 2 in this over from Bailey. How does he respond with his final delivery?
Nicely timed, nicely played down the grounds. End of the over, dot ball to finish, 79 for 6.
Already got a couple of answers to that question, Dan. Of course, Glenn Chappell, who is here today, formerly of Lancashire in his playing days and now a member of the coaching staff here at the County Ground, Northampton. Of course, Darren Stevens as well. Mr. County Cricket, the Kent all-rounder. Yeah, what a brilliant, brilliant career he had. Also in a batting sense, always got to say James Hildreth.
There'll be so many to choose from. And one of those forever unanswerable questions of whether that skill set and the record that they would have had in the Championship, would it have translated to Test cricket? I think that the gap has probably remained the same between first class and Test cricket, depending on where you are around the world. I don't necessarily think it's got bigger, but plenty of people will be lining up to say that the biggest gap in the cricket pyramid, so to speak, is that between first class and Test cricket.
Oh, 100%. Not that we're speaking from experience, of course, but having spoken to players who have made that jump up.
Swinger, big in-swinger from Anderson, trying to set up Bartlett. Manages to squeeze it between bat and pad. Keeps that one out.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, of course, you're expecting the standard, but there's also the intangibles. Weight of expectation is always a big one that comes up in those conversations. All of a sudden, the spotlight's firmly on you and your cricket. But yeah, there have been some remarkable county cricketers in years gone by. Ones who you almost just go, well, what if they would have had that opportunity? What if they were born in a different generation and given that Test debut?
Beautiful. Beautifully timed by George Bartlett. Over-pitched, wasn't it, by James Anderson, trying and giving the ball a chance to swing. Won't reach the rope because, of course, Josh Bohannon was after it. But 3 more for Northamptonshire. Well bowled, well played. Good cricket all round to end the 37th over. 82 for 6. We certainly saw yesterday that it got easier to bat, didn't it, as that ball got older, as you would expect it to do so. But it felt like there was a bit of a cliff drop in the sense of the performance of that Duke's cricket ball. And I think the start of this afternoon session has just started to highlight that fact. And then also what Northamptonshire could have had to look forward to had that first session not have been quite so disastrous. Two slips for Bailey. Left alone as it nips back towards off stump of George Bartlett. And it's a test of patience. It's bottle now, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? It's the pressure will build at different points. There will, of course, be a second new ball available for Lancashire if, of course, this innings gets that far. It'd be 42 overs away, but they will get one. And there is an awful lot of cricket to play until we start having that conversation as a serious topic on the live stream.
Yeah, just taking a look in the chat. Interesting suggestion of Gary Keedy, who, for those who don't actually know, I think he actually started out at Yorkshire. I think he had a season with the White Rose and then, of course, went on to have a very good career with the Red Rose of Lancashire. Left arm finger spinner. Yeah, that's a good shout. I must say, very, very good shout. Top quality spinner.
Yeah, that role as a spin bowler for England, though, at points was a bit of a poison chalice, wasn't it, really? Kind of a one-test opportunity at the end of the summer at the Oval for then never to be seen again for various different reasons, or the classic SCG test match on an Ashes series that was already over.
Slight change in the field here for Tom Bailey. Second, or third slip actually been added here in Michael Jones. So 3 in the cordon.
That's nicely tucked off the hip for George Bartlett. It'll just be one. No, it won't. They will take on George Balderson for the second. Very, very well run by George Bartlett. taking on Balderson. Bartlett starting his innings off in a very, very busy fashion, using his feet, walking at the bowlers, trying to counteract some of that lateral movement, of which Hurst has seen enough of that. He's come up to the stumps now for the taller Tom Bailey, so it may be a little bit trickier for Hurst here. Bailey on the money, as he has been for so much of the day.
Well, it was those 2 early wickets, wasn't it? First dislodging the night watchman Conway, and 2 balls later, getting Calvin Harrison, who came in at number 4 for the home side. Which really gave Lancashire that additional degree of belief and confidence here today.
4 runs. Inside edge. Just evades the timber. That's 4 more for Bartlett. Handy runs for Northamptonshire. End of the over, 88 for 6.
Oh, this is on a slightly different note. We've just been fed through the comment from Chris Saunders, who's currently on a holiday in South America, traveling on a 10-hour bus through the Andes from Chile to Argentina. Of course, tuning into the live stream, good cricket and good views of alpacas and volcanoes.
Fascinating. So many questions off the back of that. First of all, and we very much appreciate your company here on the Northamptonshire live stream for what's been a great game of first-class cricket between these 2 counties. But why on earth are you not looking out the window? Flicked away again. I think that's going to be 4. It's going to beat the fielder down, stationed on the boundary. It's been a very, very good start to the innings for George Bartlett here. He's raced on to 29. Runs flowing for Northants. I'm also, and I don't know, and it's more kind of the geography, I would suspect, with regards to the Andes and the altitude associated to it, but quite amazed that there's a good enough phone signal available or a Wi-Fi signal on the bus to be able to sit there and live stream anything. Again, what a crunching cricket shot by George Bartlett. Straighter this time, just dissects those 2 fielders on the leg side. I will say I'm enjoying this from James Anderson. He really is putting it up there, isn't he? Giving it a chance to swing, to seam, and really draw the mistake into the batting of Bartlett and Sales. But at the minute, the 2 Northamptonshire batters have got more than an answer for the incredible seam bowler that is James Anderson. That one drifts down the leg side. Good take by Hurst. Bartlett quickly back into his crease.
It's really good cricket, isn't it? This from George Bartlett. And again, it's exactly what we saw in the first innings. It's about now converting that first milestone and mark, of course. Try and get to your half-century. See how deep you can take this game. But some of these shots, so stylish, so elegant, so graceful from the former Somerset man.
Yeah, they are something to behold. Bit of medicine for the Northamptonshire supporters as James Anderson is just going to ask the umpires to take a look at this Duke's cricket ball, make sure it's still round and still in one piece. But I think for Bartlett, it's one of these innings, isn't it? We've seen this before. We've seen these stylish 30s. He has got 100 for Northamptonshire in his career. That came up at Grace Road. But there's a massive opportunity for George Bartlett here to put a marker down for the rest of the 2026 season, particularly against this bowling attack.
Oh, most definitely. most definitely. One of the strongest bowling units you'll get in the entire division, and completely echo that sentiment as well. In fact, he is someone who gets off to really, really good starts. We saw that last season. Scored 397 runs, average of 26, but only the 3 half centuries. Be nice to see him continue to just develop that side of his game. Now with the end of the over, 39 gone in the innings, the partnership is raced now onto 47. By far and away the biggest one for the home side in this run chase. Northamptonshire 97 for 6, requiring a further 224 runs for the victory. Of course, for Lancashire, well, they are gunning for these final 4 wickets.
Absolutely right. A few little updates for you around the ground. Somerset have declared down in Taunton. They've set Nottinghamshire a target 417 with a couple of sessions to have a bowl at the visitors. Bit of extra bounce. Oh, it's just bounced over the top of off stump. Fortune for James Sales. Very, very close. But Sales survives to see another day. Durham declared. They've got a lead of 345 against Kent up at Chesterley Street. Kent 12 for no loss in that game. Oh, and that's kept low. That is not what you want to see from the batting side, is it? It's bouncing up a little bit higher. It's keeping a little bit low. These demons just starting to appear. Again, highlighting that key decision of James Anderson to have a bat first here on Friday morning when it was grey and cloudy and cold and windy and a little bit green as well. He trusted his Lancashire batting lineup to go out there and get those runs, which are proving so key at the moment. Glamorgan have declared down in Cardiff as well. Yorkshire are 23 for no loss. They're 272 runs behind that target. Leicestershire have lost another wicket. So they've got 2 wickets remaining in their defence of this 4th innings against Sussex. Still 236 runs behind. And Worcestershire have lost 1 more at Derby as well. They're 4 down now for 170. Other than that, not much else has changed. Tom Bailey just being offered some advice from the umpires there, just to stay out of the danger zone and those footholes. How much they'll come into play at this late stage of the game is obviously yet to be seen, but getting a touch too close, the Lancashire fast bowler. .97 for 6. The score. 1 delivery left in the 40th over. 2 slips in place for Lancashire. And a short ball that Sales evades. End of the over. 40 now have been bowled in the 4th innings. As I just mentioned, it's 97 for 6.
Appears as though we'll have a change of bowler here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It will be Tom Hartley, who we did see a little bit prior to the lunch interval. Of course, providing that's left arm orthodox. In terms of the rough for him, with the right-handers, it's probably not on the correct angle, is it? Outside the leg stump. I don't think we're going to see a change in his approach. He'll very much be looking to target stump to stump here. But again, another challenge, and it comes back to what we said earlier about the different tactics being employed by the respective captains. Jimmy Anderson deciding to partner spin with seam. Northamptonshire yesterday, very much a trial by spin, with Harrison holding down one end and a combination of McWeeny and Safe Sabe from the other.
Yeah, it was that big difference though, wasn't it? That rough outside the off stump for Calvin Harrison to bowl into. Might provide the same level of assistance here for Tom Hartley, particularly while there's two right-handers in the middle. Maybe just about to allow James Anderson to rotate his seamers from the David Capel end. Keep those spells short and sharp for the like of Ajit Singh Dale to run in and bowl flat out for 4 overs. Starts incredibly flighted as Bartlett tucks it away for a single. Nicely played, a cry of catch, but falling well short of Josh Bohannon.
I was about to say that was very speculative in terms of the shouts of catch it. Would have had to have been a lot closer than that.
Certainly been accurate, Tom Hartley, in this 4th innings. This is his 4th over. He did bowl 3 before lunch and conceded just 5 runs. That one played off the back foot this time. Some form of party or enjoyment going on that effects mic on Bank Holiday Monday. Absolutely no idea where that's coming from. Bit of Queen blasting through the sound system somewhere. It's an almighty aftermarket stereo system to put in the back of a car if it's somebody just driving down along Wantage Road, isn't it?
I was about to say, I thought I was hearing things. I'm glad that you've cleared that up, Dan.
Well, if you are, I am as well.
Not what I was expecting to hear on Easter Monday here at the county ground.
Nicely bowled by Tom Hartley. Something that he can offer, can't he? As he gets to the end of that over, 41 now have been bowled, 98 for 6. He can offer you that control. Try and dry those runs up, because in comparison to what we've seen through the rest of the day, they've flown pretty quickly since lunch. Particularly off the bat of the man on strike here, George Bartlett. Slowed down a fraction since Matty Hurst has come up to the stumps and just limited his movements and his ability to access the ball. It's definitely not Freddie Mercury, is it? That's for certain. For a couple of reasons. Mostly one being the quality of it. Maybe it's in Abington Park. Could be.
It could be. That's actually not a bad shout. It is quite close, isn't it?
Easter Monday, party in the park.
It's a nice park, that.
Yeah, yeah. Lots of parks in Northampton. Lots of green space. But this is the best one.
Oh, 100%.
The best bit of green space that you could possibly find in Northampton. And anywhere around the country, actually, are cricket grounds. The best use of a spare piece of land. Put a cricket wicket in the middle of it. It's been great, hasn't it? As we just take a delay in play. Tom Bailey has some stud work or some dirt that needs to be removed from these bowling boots. It's been fantastic. It's been so good that we've had Championship cricket back. It's been brilliant, the fact that despite that weather forecast that we were worried about at the start, we lost an hour at the end of day 2 for a bit of bad light. We've had 2 days, days 3 and 4, that have been absolutely glorious. The game has gone the distance as well into the 4th day, which is fantastic. We've seen some high quality batting at points. We've seen some resilient batting. We've seen some incredible spells of seam bowling from both sets of sides. That incredible catch from Louis Kimber. Makes you feel like summer's getting closer. And all of our own cricket seasons as amateurs getting closer as well. May even be people playing this weekend. Might have had some village games going on over the Easter weekend. Well, we're back underway. Studs tightened into the boots of Tom Bailey. Just slides that one onto the pads of Bartlett. Tucks it away for a single.
Well, on that topic of conversation, for those tuning in on the YouTube live stream, if you are getting ready for the brand new season on the village greens, let us know who you'll be playing for or what your local village/Premier League side is. It'd be great to hear from you. Already given quite a few shout-outs over the previous 3 days.
100 up for Northamptonshire. Met with a round of applause from those in the grounds on this sunny Monday afternoon. 100 for 6 of 41.4 overs.
Yeah, nice shot that, wasn't it, from James Sales. Just going through the gears a little bit more comfortably now. So too is this man, George Bartlett.
My goodness me. We saw Calvin Harrison yesterday. That, I'm going to assume, with the benefit of replay, might have been a mistaken slower ball. Out the back of the hand, it's just ballooned up over George Bartlett. No harm done for anybody. There'll obviously be a warning there for Tom Bailey. Another one of those would see him out of the attack, but trying something different, which he obviously feels this point of the game needed, but another couple of runs added to the score. Back on the money straight away.
Yeah, it's one of those which potentially he's looking to just bowl a little bit of a knuckleball. Have to see the benefit of the replay. Either way, it was an attempted slow delivery, wasn't it? Whether it was out the back of the hand or just gripping it with those front fingers. As you said, though, thankfully, no damage done.
Oh, beautifully played. Off the tiptoes of James Sales. 4 runs in front of square. A glorious way to end the over. 42 now have been bowled. It's 107 for 6.
Again, that is just a nice cricket shot, isn't it, there from James Sales. Picked up the length very early on that occasion. Rises up onto the tips of his feet and just guides it away with an air of panache. So here is Tom Hartley, bowling here to Bartlett, goes for the little paddle sweep, gets it very fine indeed. Big chase on here for Ajit Singh Dale, puts in the dive. That's a really good bit of commitment there from the Lancashire seam bowler. Just scoops it back in. Will be 3 runs scored for the home side. Does like playing spinners, doesn't he?
He's got all the shots George Bartlett. There's no doubt about that. Seen cameos in the blast as well. Cameos at the end of innings in red ball cricket. He certainly hits the ball well. You're right, it was a brilliant effort by Ajit Singh Dal. He might even be thinking about coming on to bowl at this particular moment.
Good stop there from Harry Singh. Hartley follows that latest one up with a dot ball. And the mystery has been solved with regards to the music that we're hearing, Dan.
Oh, wonderful.
Sales just steps into that one, plays it very confidently down towards long on for a single. So we have Matthew Jones to thank for this, but there is a Queen tribute band playing at the bandstand on Abington Park.
See, I knew it wasn't Freddie Mercury.
Leg slip is in place here, just in case Bartlett looks to tickle it fine. Decent take there from Matty Hurst, and that will be a dot ball to finish. 4 runs from the over. Northamptonshire 111 for 6. So, yeah, if you do hear some Queen songs playing over the ambient mic, there you go. Mystery has been solved. It's not far at all, is it? Abington Park. It's basically just behind our position here in the comms box. Looks as though we'll also have a change of bowling here from the David Capel end. With George Balderson, who, as we both said, Dan, very impressive in the morning session. Getting a couple of wickets. First one being Nathan McSweeney for 6, caught by Michael Jones, and the second one being the pivotal wicket of safe save for 10, caught by Matty Hurst, who, as ever, he stood up to the stumps. Sales it will be on strike. He does very well there, just to get the bat in behind that. Two slips in play here for Balderson. Very much a spread field as well. It's that one. Side the off stump.
I think this is an attempt here from Anderson and Lancashire to build that pressure like they were able to do with McSweeney and Proctor, isn't it? Just slow it right down. Tom Hartley's bowling really well. They can set the field to that left arm finger spinner. And George Balderson, with Hurst up to the stumps, is going to give you no opportunity really to score. Really dry it up. How long are Bartlett and Sales, Bartlett in particular, prepared to not see that scoreboard tick before they try and do something different like Luke Proctor did?
Still a lot of overs remaining, though, in the day itself. Sales attempts to beat Michael Jones there in the covers. There's no real need for them to go chasing at deliveries. They don't have to play at. Of course, if it's there to be hit and you back yourself to execute it, that's a very different story. As we said before, these two, it is a crucial partnership. It's a partnership which has been fruitful so far. 61 between Sales and Bartlett. They have hardly put a single foot wrong. Neither two as that man, George Balderson, who finishes off with a dot ball. So Northamptonshire still 111 for 6. Oh, that one just sneaks away from leg slip. It's gone very fine. There's a long chase on here for Luke Wells. He should get there. And it will be 3 runs. Again, these two, the communication has been good so far. And that has actually been a theme for both sides, really, across this encounter. The running between the wickets has been top-notch. Always applying that additional pressure to the fielders for that clean pickup and throw back too. Good to see.
You certainly wouldn't have got the impression this was the first game of the season, would you, with the standards that the sides have set themselves? Lancashire in particular in the field. Been no real rust to speak of. Quality of the seam bowling, it's not exactly like you've had the impression they've needed time to settle into it.
Well, this now is interesting, isn't it, for Tom Hartley? There is the change of approach, looking to exploit the rough outside the leg stump here of the right-handed Sales. Does take LBW practically out of the equation unless you're very full, very straight. Does bring short leg into play. Could also bring the slip into play, of course, providing one rears up and just catches the shoulder. Sales there. He's done a decent job. Just turns it in front of square for 1.
They are going to make a change. That short leg of George Bell is going to move into a leg slip. Whether that's for Tom Hartley or whether that's specifically for George Bartlett, we'll see if these two are able to rotate the strike. Oh my goodness me. Bartlett has tried to pad that away and it's gone straight on. It's just gone past the stumps. End of the over. 45 now have been bowled. It's 115 for 6. Sales is on 23. Bartlett's on 41. It's Balderson and Hartley bowling in tandem for Lancashire.
Balderson keeping those 2 slips. There's a backward point. Fielder in at the cover. Mid off as well. He bowls that one straight and Turn to the fielder just in front of square leg. Believe that is Luke Wells out there. Indeed it is. Long leg is in play. Along with Bailey at short mid wickets and mid on. So still the 5-4 split here in favour of the offside.
Yeah, and you've got all modes of dismissal in play here as well, haven't you? You've got the two catchers behind, Hurst up to the stumps. You've got two catchers walking in very, very aggressively at mid-wicket and cover, just for that one that may just pop a little bit more than Sales is expecting. Particularly where he can't just walk at Balderson. At the minute, he's got an answer.
Well, he has, and in the first innings, I know in terms of the actual visuals, a lot of people would have really enjoyed, from a Lancashire perspective, the wicket of Vasconcelos, but Sales probably got the best delivery of the lot. That was an absolute seed, really, to see the back of him for two. That one half stopped by Michael Jones, that fielder, as you mentioned, at cover. But today you can just see there's been assertiveness and assurance, a certain degree of comfort in his game so far. Just eating up deliveries here, and when the ball's there to be played, he will happily oblige. That'll be a 6th consecutive dot ball to finish the over there for Balderson. Yet another maiden bowled by him. That's half of them so far. 10 overs bowled, 5 maidens, 2 for 17. Those are the figures for the all-rounder. Tom Hartley straight away strides over to get the ball in hand from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And that one, attempted sweep, almost ricochets back onto the stumps. Few hands-on heads there from the fielders in and around the bats. That one forcing Bartlett onto the defence.
You can see, can't you, already how much harder it's become for these guys to be able to rotate the strike with these two guys bowling in tandem. It's an attempted sweep, missed sweep by George Bartlett that time. It's nicely bowled, isn't it, into the footholes? Certainly purchase on offer for Hartley. Just trying to find that one that does something a bit different. I think the turn is okay. I think early season, it's slower, isn't it? They're just looking for that one that maybe just keeps a fraction low or spits a bit out of those footholes.
Again, another attempted sweep from Bartlett. You can definitely see the approach here from the Northants man. Just needs to get bat on ball, though. Living life slightly on the edge. Just decides to pad that one away. So that is a maiden bowled by Tom Hartley. Then goes back to what we said about bowling partnerships. Both he and Balderson doing a very good job together. Bartlett remains on 41 from 44 deliveries. But early doors, Bartlett's had a good couple of weeks. First in the lead up to the season, in that friendly against the Loughborough UCCE, and now here against Lancashire. Hopefully a positive sign of things to come. It will be Sales, the latest man on strike here against Balderson. Just looks to find that gap between mid-on and Bailey at mid-wicket. Can't quite do so. Jimmy Anderson it is, the Lancashire captain. Prevents the run from being scored. Something else to observe, Dan, down in the NME stand, quite a few more people have gone to that side, haven't they? Probably catching the sun rays here on what is a lovely day. Quick single taken. Near to a bit of a misfield there from Michael Jones, but I think Bartlett probably would have gone for the dive, should he have needed to. Solid from George Bartlett. Haven't really had the opportunity to speak too much about Bartlett's career so far. Started out in Somerset, was involved on their academy. Made his first class debut back in 2017, so he's been around the circuit for quite some time now. So that one again just turned around the corner. Lancashire have got protection down towards long leg. Hartley is doing a sweeping up there. From those days in the West Country. Found his way to Northamptonshire ahead of the 2024 season. Over the course of this game as well, has brought up 3,500 career first-class runs. Still has a big role to play today. So too does James Sales. Before this game, he was 93 away from 1,500 in his budding first-class career to date. Balderson round out the over with a dot ball. 2 runs from it. Northamptonshire 117 for 6 in their second innings. The partnership now stands at 67. The target for the victory, a further 204 for the home side. Lancashire 4 wickets. That is the magic number for the Red Rose. Hartley again targeting those areas of rough, padded away by the Northants man. Yeah, keep your club cricket shouts coming in. Try and give a few of them a shout out in a couple of overs' time. That one is a full toss, just attempted to be pushed through the covers there, but stopped by Josh Bohannon. That'll be another single here for George Bartlett. Just tucks it away out towards deep backward square for one. Moves him on to 43. Much more expansive shot there. Will it beat the attempt of Anderson? No, it won't. Good fielding there from the Lancashire captain, leading from the fronts, maintaining those high standards in the field. No easy singles allowed. The next one, a dot ball. Little bit of a change in the field here as well. Bohannon. You'll be able to see just to the left there of George Bartlett at the non-striker's end. It's deja vu for Sales. Dot ball to finish. 1 run scored from the over. Northamptonshire 118 for 6 after 49 in this, the 4th and final innings of the game. In terms of some numbers as well, should Bartlett get these next 7 runs, that'd be a 15th career half-century in the first-class formats for the 28-year-old. See Balderson with ball in hand. Here he is against the aforementioned Bartlett.
Do you think with the Tom Hartley bowling option from the Lynn Wilson centre end, it's a bit double-sided in a sense of, one, there's a wicket-taking option, of course, but a second one being, obviously, we're limited to a minimum of 96 overs in the day. Is there a thought process here of trying to get through to that second new ball as quick as they possibly can at the moment? There's still 30 overs away. This is the 50th. They're +3 on the over rate at the moment. And we've certainly seen, when the weather's been fair, that new ball, without stating the obvious, has been incredibly important and incredibly, incredibly difficult to bat against.
No, I think that is very sound reasoning, to be honest. And it goes back to something we mentioned yesterday. It is just something different in terms of your setup as a batter. Because if you're facing similarly paced seamers from both sides, you can almost just settle into a little bit of a groove, whereas if you're constantly facing different pace, it does just provide something different, doesn't it? Obviously, it's not something which, as professionals, they're going to be too phased by. But even in terms of the over itself, of course, a spinner gets through the overs a lot quicker than, let's say, Balderson here, who has to go back to his mark and get everything set up. So, yeah, as you said, I do think it goes twofold here for Lancashire. in terms of the wider context. Two noises there. Balderson, it's a slight half shout, but the umpire completely unmoved. That said, we'll give a shout out to those club sides after this ball from Balderson. And that could go for 4. Chase on here for Tom Hartley. I think he may have stopped it. That's a fantastic effort from the spinner. Really top work. Saves us. Well, he saved 1 run there in the end. 3 taken by George Bartlett. Moves him on to 46. And the score on to 121 for 6. So, yeah, in terms of those club mentions, Dan, we'll just go through those very, very quickly. I did see at least a couple. So Stephen playing for the Wellow Knights, which I think is down in Hampshire. Please do correct me if I'm wrong there, Stephen. Changed from a number 7 to an opener this year. So, yeah, good luck. That is quite the position change. Blake, of course, for Stockport Georgians as well. Let us know for those from a Northamptonshire persuasion. If you're playing as well in the county this season. Plenty of good clubs around here. Plenty of interesting clubs as well, up and down the country. Another single there for Bartlett. Moves him on to 47. Also had some more very interesting geographical mentions, as we can discuss after this over from Tom Hartley. James Sales here, just checking his surroundings, taking one final look at the field before playing that one in defence. Currently a 5-4 in favour of the leg side. A couple of men in and around his eye line as well. Along 2 with the slip. Real game of cat and mouse here. Northamptonshire do require less than 200 now, but less than 50 overs remaining in the day's play. This one a lot more expansive. It goes up in the air. Shout of catch it, and it will be taken. Tom Hartley gets the breakthrough. Caught by James Anderson. And Northamptonshire now have lost their 7th. The home side 122 for 7. James Sales going for the positive and proactive option down the ground. Ultimately leads to his downfall. He has to go for 24. And Lancashire now 3 wickets shy of what would be a victory in the opening game of the 2026 season.
That was so reminiscent of Luke Wells's dismissal in the first innings, wasn't it? Things were going along nicely and smoothly. Wasn't really a need for that shot in anger. James Sales deciding to take on Tom Hartley, trying to take him down the ground. It does spin, it does bite into those footholes, and he doesn't get the middle of the bat. James Anderson makes no mistake under the catch. The good partnership after lunch has been broken. 7 down for 122.
Coming in next to bat is Lewis McManus, formerly of Hampshire. Now plying his trade here in the Midlands. Batted incredibly well in the first innings. Almost played a little bit of a lone hand. That's just galvanised Lancashire after what was a comparatively quieter start to the afternoon session. Practically the same field here for McManus. He does love the sweep shot. Instead looks to tickle that around the corner. Hurst goes up in appeal. Hartley, don't think he was entirely convinced. But either way, that is a top over from the Ormskirk product. 1 run from it, and of course, the wicket of James Sales.
Big wicket, wasn't it? Partnership was worth 62. And after lunch, those runs were easier to come by. I think, I know we're in a world of almost if you think it, do it type thing, which James Sales thought about it and did it. But it was out of character in this particular moment, wasn't it? There'd been no indication that that was a thought process. There looked to be relatively simple singles around the ground, wanting the big shot, making the big impact on the scoreboard. And he has made a big impact on the scoreboard. As a quick single's taken there, Bartlett and McManus needed to be on their toes. Has made the impact. The impact's been in the favour of Lancashire. So over to Bartlett and McManus.
Yeah, it's a shot that in hindsight, I don't think really needed to be played. But then again, that's what bringing on the spinner can do. Sides do look to disrupt and unsettle them. As a spin bowler, if you do see yourself getting absolutely carted down the ground for 4 or 6, it can be quite disheartening, but that's just had the complete reverse effects for Lancashire. It's given them an extra degree of belief. And now McManus, he'll probably just take a little bit of time here to see himself in. Knows that his wicket is absolutely crucial. Kimber still to come. Sanderson will be the last man carded in at 11. That was a big partnership to break for the visitors. Now just 3 wickets away from the win.
McManus would have showed in that first innings how resolute he could be. He was 75 not out. And Harry Conway was dismissed for 20. He faced 188 deliveries for that. 8 4s and 2 6s. Was Tom Hartley's first wicket in the match as well. Kimber will be very much more of a fluent batter, won't he? He'll want to play his way. McManus, gritty, happy to, well, that's unkind actually, he's stylish, but he's got a temperament to be able to be gritty and hang in there and do the hard work. Nicely played down the ground. Dot ball to end. 52 overs have been complete in the innings. The score is 123 for 7.
And again, as promised, we'll just give another couple of shout-outs to those club sides. First one to Poddington, which is towards the Northamptonshire, Bedfordshire border. And of course, the other one from Matthew to Overston Park, which is, of course, James Sales' one. But Sales has since departed. Also got sent through the comment from Paul, who's watching on from his holiday home in Phoenix, in Arizona. And we hope the weather out there is as lovely as it is here, Paul.
Tucked away, leg side. Bartlett moves to 49. I suspect Phoenix, Arizona, well, it strikes me as a bit hotter than what it would be here.
But it's sunny.
Slightly more desert-like, isn't it, than what the Midlands are. But yes, it is sunny. It's glorious. McManus now on strike against Hartley. You've got the short leg, the first slip. Josh Bohannon at silly mid-off as well. Just padded away. McManus not interested in trying to play that one. And once again, not interested in that from Tom Hartley. Shorter, but requiring McManus to play that one. Straight at Josh Bohannon. Looks like Ajit Singh Dale might be beginning to warm up for a spell down the hill at the David Capel end. One called wide by the umpire, which I always find a fascinating moment in first-class cricket, because you could consider that to be negative bowling. Attempted sweep, but it isn't in this case. And the only team in this instance that wide call benefits is the team that's currently bowling. It's a funny game. It is a wide, but I don't think Tom Hartley's attempting to hide the ball down the leg side at all. It almost needs a contextual call, doesn't it? End of the over, 53 done, 125 for 7.
Might be out, I'm not sure.
Just looking around the country, appears as though the game between Surrey and Warwickshire is heading for a draw at Edgbaston. So too the game down in Taunton between Somerset and defending champions Nottinghamshire, as Ajit Singh Dale will replace George Balderson from the David Capel ends. There have been a few wickets up in the northeast and North London though. Gloucestershire, who still trail Middlesex by 35, have been forced to follow on. 194 for 8. Matt Taylor and former Lancs man Will Williams looking to see out the game. As for that match up at the Riverside, Kent 46 for 3 in pursuits of 357 against Durham. We have also had a result at Grace Road, as we'll touch upon after this delivery.
Yeah, pace on by Ajit Singh Dale to a genuine change between he and Balderson, but that does bring up 50 for George Bartlett, which is warmly applauded by the Northamptonshire supporters that are in the grounds. They'll all know as well as George Bartlett does, there's a lot of work left to do. Yeah, what was the result?
So that result was Sussex. They have beaten Leicestershire by 222 runs at Grace Road. Henry Crocombe, the pick of the bowlers, with 4 for 36 from 9.1. So Sussex, the Martlets from the South Coast, getting win number 1 on the board. And, well, they need a few of those this season after that 12-point deduction over the winter. Also, just a little bit of the stats with that 50 from George Bartlett, as we touched upon before. Now that he has reached that figure, that is a 15th first-class half-century for the former Somerset man. Can he double that up and just continue to bat, continue to grind it out against this quality Lancashire attack?
By taken. So McManus still yet to get off the mark. It's just bat, isn't it? It's as simple as that. You just got to spend time in the middle. If you get some runs at the end of the day, brilliant, but just take time out of it. There are a minimum, or before the start of this over, a minimum of 47 overs remaining in the day's play. And this is the thing, isn't it? It's if of course those wickets hadn't have fallen at this stage, it's 195 runs required off those 46.5 overs. But Northamptonshire's options with regards to what they can do next are very, very limited by the fact that they are 7 down. So if that scorecard read slightly differently, I mean, it's 4.1, 4.2 runs per over. So it's flicked off the knee roll. But Lancashire have bowled that well. They've got their 7 wickets. And they're well deserving of being in the position that they're in. Nicely timed once again. And then, of course, the big thing on the horizon, if, of course, it gets that far, is that second new ball. And that period of play with Anderson, Bailey, the brand new Dukes in their hand. It sounds horrible just saying it out loud, doesn't it? End of the over, bumper to finish, dot ball. 128 for 7. 54 overs complete.
Just one final update as well, this time from the county ground in Derby, where Worcestershire are scrapping and toiling away, having been asked to follow on against Derbyshire. The home side amassing 625 for 8 declared from their first and what could be their only innings of the game. Worcestershire having been bowled out for 312 in their first at bat, now 201 for 6. Wicket shared between Mohammed Abbas, Shoaib Bashir and Ben Aitchison. Who's a link to this game, was born in Lancashire, or born in the northwest, I should say. He was born in Southport. Keen golfer as well. Spoken to Ben on a couple of occasions. Good to see him back and fully fit as well, after a couple of seasons struggling with various injuries.
Nicely bowled by Tom Hartley, forcing Bartlett into playing this time. Wasn't the biggest shock, telling me that a professional cricketer likes playing golf. Single taken. Not going to take two to Bahanan, that's for sure. What's it? A lot of them describe themselves as recreational golfers and professional cricketers, don't they? I think in that order.
Changing the field here for Hartley. It's Harry Singh jogs up from long on to mid on.
Again, starting outside leg stump, finishing outside leg stump. Nothing on offer. Nicely timed by McManus, nicely played. Is that pressure starting to get to the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper? He's faced 16, 17 deliveries now without being able to get off the mark. Continues to be on 0. End of the over. 55 now have been bowled. It's 129 for 7.
Just looking at the game in South Wales, Yorkshire 100 for 1 in pursuit of 295 against Glamorgan. Still 44 overs remain in the day as well, so that one could be interesting.
Yeah, plenty of cricket left to be played, isn't there, around the country? So you can almost begin to predict that Taunton, Edgbaston going to end in those draws. Durham look pretty well placed at the moment, needing 7 wickets from Kent. Middlesex look very well placed, needing just 2 wickets. A lot of cricket, as you say, left to be played down in Cardiff. Wicket just appears to have lost its zip, doesn't it, with this older, softer ball. It's 55 overs old now. We saw it yesterday. And I think that's what makes, from a Northampton perspective, that dismissal of James Sales just extra frustrating, doesn't it? To have been in the position that they were. It's Lewis McManus off the mark. Turning that one off the thigh pad of Ajit Singh Dale. Does open his account in the second innings. Batted so brilliantly in the first with his score of 75 not out. There's been Resolute with George Bartlett in the infancy of this partnership so far. Ball very short. It's going to be signalled wide as well. Much to the dismay of Ajit Singh Dale. He looks over to the square leg umpire. But that was well over the head of George Bartlett. Change of the field as well for Lancashire, realising that maybe this outside edge isn't necessarily going to come. So they've got one catcher in the form of Harry Singh at almost second slip. Two fielders relatively close on the leg side at square leg and mid-wicket for that one that may just pop on George Bartlett off the bowling of Singh Dale. Just leaves that one alone, just drops the hands on it. Plays it well.
He has played that very well there. As Bartlett, as you said, just getting the gloves, getting the bat well out of the way. Good delivery though, wasn't it, from Ajit Singh Dale at the same time. Proper contest. Now a change in angle for good measure.
Yep. Could be an employment of a bit of a short ball tactic, couldn't it, with those three catches on the leg side, plus the man at long leg. It's a fine leg down there as well. Fielder at short covers come into the play. A bit of a full start. George Bartlett will just have a little bit longer to think about whether this is going to be targeting the body. It's not. It's down the leg sides. The double bluff, as is so often the case. 132 for 7. 57 overs have been complete.
Tom Hartley straight away removes the cap and the jumper, hands them over to the standing umpire. Also just had a little bit of a special request for a shout out, and we shall oblige. Guys, we'd love it if you could give a shout out to Poddington CC legend Alan Coleman. He plays for the Northamptonshire over 60s and is the GOAT. Well, as I said, we'll happily oblige with that, and every club needs characters like that. Those veteran players, those individuals who form the basis and the lifeblood of the local village green. We certainly had a couple at Rowington. Imagine it'd be the same for you as well, Dan.
Yes, you describe them as stalwarts, wouldn't you? And they've got, look, club cricket, village cricket, whatever you want to call it, is full of characters, whether it's those guys and girls that you spend your Saturday or Sunday afternoon with on the field, all ages as well, which is fantastic about the sport. So that is just attempted to be padded away, but it spins past off stump. And those that maybe have hung the boots up, but still are integral parts of the club, the characters that sit on the benches around the ground. It's a brilliant sport to be involved in. And still playing as well, Northamptonshire over 60s. Turning out for the county. That one flicked away. That's going to be 4. Hartley just drops the length back. And McManus just whips him through the leg side for a boundary. His first, he moves to 5 and takes the score up to 136.
Well, McManus there has placed that superbly, hasn't he? Somehow managed to find the gap and had more than enough on the shot to get it to the boundary rope.
That one padded away once again. Did we hear from anybody that had played over the weekend? Or are we a weekend too early for the Saturday and Sunday cricket?
potentially. That might be something to revisit for the Middlesex game on the 17th. So we see the end of the over, the 57th of the Northamptonshire innings, the home side 136 for 7. Ajit Singh Dale, it shall be, to resume from the David Capel end. Starting over the wicket here after we saw the previous delivery that he bowled from around the wickets. This time 5 men on the leg side, 4 on the off. Bartlett plays that one out in front of square for the single. Bring McManus back onto strike.
Beauty. Beats the outside edge of McManus, and it's tailed, hasn't it, after it's gone past the stumps. Maybe a little bit of reverse swing on offer. Good take by Matty Hurst, tumbling away.
Yet another change in field placement here. Tom Bailey takes a shuffle across from short mid-wicket. What you describe as a very short mid-on.
Yeah, he's just there for that one that holds, isn't he? We've seen a couple over the course of this innings that have just bounced a little bit more than what the batters may have been expecting with this extra pace of Singh Dale. If it does misbehave a fraction, there could be a catch there on the leg side. At the moment, though, McManus has the answer.
Well, he does, and I think if that first effort with the bat in hand is anything to go off of, I don't think he's going to be gifting away his wicket. Don't think he'll even be tempted, really, by the short ball ploy. They have just moved deep square leg to deep backward square, long leg still firmly in place here. Yet again, it's those mind games. Dan, as you alluded to earlier on in this session, providing Northamptonshire do survive for the next 22 overs or so, that over the no ball will be crucial. That one down the leg side. Strong take by Matty Hurst, and that will be the end of the over. 1 run scored from it. Northamptonshire 137 for 7. It's almost been the tail of the tape, hasn't it? Both sides, of course, we saw it with Northamptonshire, Conway and Sanderson yesterday, providing all sorts of damage. Anderson and Bailey have done it for Lancashire throughout the game, really. And then we've just seen a little bit of a plateau. We've seen a slightly older ball not quite have enough venom in it to really challenge the batters consistently. Surface hasn't had too many demons in it compared to those tracks later on in the summer. But for both sides, really, the only innings where we've seen a side have a platform at the end of the new ball was Lancashire's first. Aside from that, Northampton's first one getting off to a very difficult start. Same today. Even Lancashire's yesterday at 18 for 4. The alarm bells were ringing as that one has been tickled very fine. Fielder charge across to keep it to a single. Plenty of flight there from Hartley. Just turned around the corner by Lewis McManus. More alterations here. It's deep backward square leg. Goes to deep square leg.
Just kicking it away out of the rough, which they have the absolute right to do. It's going to be so important, really, isn't it, for Tom Hartley at this moment to try and make these two play as much as he possibly can, but then also try and exploit everything he can with the rough that's available at the moment.
Once more, no shots on offer. Bartlett just goes for a little bit of a stroll. Just clear the mind. Reset, refocus. That latest one a lot flatter. Looking to carry it on with the trajectory of the arm itself. End of the over. 2 runs from it. Those coming from the opening 2 deliveries of Hartley's 13th. And after 59, Northamptonshire 139 for 7. As you can hear through the ambient mic, the shouts of "Come on, Ajit" from the Lancashire players. Yet again, forcing McManus to play that one defensively. There has been a 9th wicket at Lords. Gloucestershire 206 for 9. They still trail Middlesex by 23 runs with just the 1 wicket remaining. It's Matt Taylor, a new signing, Gabe Bell, who are out there in the middle for the West Country outfits. Oh, that one's slightly uppish. For a second, George Bell was interested. Fell well short of him in the end. In terms of the other games taking place in Division 2, no further wickets have fallen in Derby or in Chester Street. Same also goes for Division 1. Yet again, that one short.
Just has all slowed down again, hasn't it? With these two bowling in tandem, this partnership is worth 17. They faced 50 deliveries between them now. And I think the tactic with Bartlett at the non-strikers end here for Lancashire is brilliant. He was going at pretty much a runner ball when he ticked past 50. He's now up to 55 not out off 72 deliveries. And he certainly is a busy cricketer, isn't he? He wants to see that scoreboard ticking over. Big, big job to be done, though. As we get over halfway, we are over halfway of this fourth and final day at the county ground in Northampton. That one just keeping a fraction low outside off stump.
I do just think with this tactic, though, it's going to have to be a pretty much perfect short ball here. Just because McManus, he's not going to give away his wicket on the pull or the hook. I don't think it's that kind of situation for him today. As you can see, he's just going to the evasive measures.
I don't think there's enough pace in the pitch either, really, for that. As you say, without it being absolutely perfect, I don't think there's enough pace in the pitch here for Singdale to really be a kind of a nightmare, particularly with a cricket ball that's 60 overs old now.
Well, Bell comes into a silly mid-off.
I like that as an option, just to try something different. That's definitely going to be in the eye line of Lewis McManus, isn't it? It might make no difference at all. He might not register the... Well, he will certainly register the fact that George Bell is there, but it's more of a, I would imagine, a bit of window dressing for the moment. Lancashire have got time and they've got runs to play with, so they might as well, haven't they, try these different things as Josh Bohannon runs up from mid-off to take occupation of that second strip over on the offside.
That'll be a dot ball to finish the over. Maiden for Ajit Singh Dale, his fourth of the day's play. Still remains with 1 for 19 from his 11. Once more, Tom Hartley preparing to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yet more discussions being had. The Lancashire think tank already going through the motions here. How can they prize one of these two? Get them to make a mistake. Leg slip now comes into play with Bohannon. Short leg, regulation slip. Fine leg also in the game. Dare I say, especially in that zone, that area, Bartlett looking very unbothered indeed, happy to just kick it away. What was that one? Slides down the leg side. Paul Coughlin also on the field for Jimmy Anderson. He's currently at mid-off. There you go again. Bartlett just takes one big stride, watches it go behind. And another change here. Fielder comes up from deep square leg to square leg itself. That'll be another dot ball to finish up the over. 61 gone in Northamptonshire's second innings. The hosts 139 for 7. It appears as though Jimmy Anderson will come back onto the field. Hartley makes the journey down towards long leg once more. George Balderson out at deep backward square. Paul Coughlin, the substitute fielder, makes his way over to the heavy suite. As you said, Dan, I like the persistence here with George Bell. Just occupying that place that's sitting it off, just getting very much in the eye line here of McManus. Still more changes to the field. Leg slip comes into play. Balderson, who was a deep backward square, now goes out to deep square leg instead. Jones, the man at leg slip. Decision here for Ajit Singh Dale. I thought for a split second he would have come around the wicket. Instead, appears as though he will stay over. Those fielders definitely getting closer and closer.
That's well evaded, isn't it? That has not got up as much as what anybody would have thought. And McManus has got underneath it and then had to drop to his knees in the final minute, as it's not bounced as much as what he had anticipated. 139 for 7 after 61.2 overs. 3 wickets for Lancashire to win their opening game of the 2026 County Championship. I suppose at this point here with the field for Lancashire with, what, 181 runs to play around with, so to speak, I guess they wouldn't really want that to get... It's a long way off, isn't it? But I don't think Northamptonshire can put themselves in a position to have a go at this now. I started making the point, and I don't necessarily think they will. But they can almost get incredibly creative, can't they? They could bring another set of pads and helmet out there and maybe have a short leg and a silly point. They've got a leg slip in place with a first slip. They've got all of those catches there. Short mid-wicket, short mid-on. Trying to get one just to misbehave off the surface and force McManus just to balloon one up Similar to what we saw with Nathan McWeeny, it just bounced, didn't it, a bit more than what he thought it was going to. But the ball was significantly harder at that point as well. At the minute, Lewis McManus has got an answer. Short ball once again, which is just dying on Hurst as well to stop it in front of him. Doesn't go clean into the gloves, but does enough. One delivery left of the 62nd over. Minimum of 38 remaining in the day's play. And the culmination of this delivery and change of angle as well. Ajit Singh Dale and Lancashire is, I think that catching kind of, I don't really know what you'd call it really, cradle on the leg sides just gets strengthened once again. So you got a leg slip, short leg, silly mid on, silly mid off, mid wicket, and then Bahanan doing the fielding there, being told to join the party from the boundary rope. End of the over, dot ball to finish, 139 for 7 after 62. Has anything else changed, Aaron, around the grounds? Anything that looks like a result is drawing near?
Well, I suppose the one which is closest is at Lord's, but Gloucestershire are still battling away. Matt Taylor is on 23 and out from 69 deliveries faced. Gabe Bell on 6 from 17. So Gloucestershire, with just 1 wicket remaining, they still trail Middlesex by 14 runs. As for the game at the county ground in Derby, Worcestershire remaining very resilient indeed. Ethan Brooks is on 12 from 57. Matt Waite on 19 from 38 as they look to avoid defeats by an innings against Derbyshire. An interesting one will be the game at Sophia Gardens. Yorkshire 122 for 1.
Yeah, they've started nicely in that 4th innings, haven't they? They lost the wicket of Finlay Bean as that signalled wide once again. As I say, I kind of feel like that wide call needs a bit of context behind it. Yeah. It needs a bit of context behind it, I think. It's kicked away once again by George Bartlett, still on 55. So since the departure of James Sales, these two really have shut up shop, haven't they? As we get a change of angle for Tom Hartley as he comes back over the wicket. Durham haven't been able to make any further inroads into Kent, have they? They're still 3 down. I think with 9 wickets left for Yorkshire coming towards that evening session, unless something crazy happens. There is a run off the bat as Bartlett just drops it into the offside for 1. As you say, Middlesex, Derbyshire in that order. Somerset, Nottinghamshire, Surrey, Warwickshire look like they are destined for handshakes at the earliest possible opportunity. Glamorgan will scrap away at that game as long as they possibly can, but just the time that they lost because of the weather on the morning of day 1, limiting their options. McManus steals the single. Picks out Harry Singh, the man that normally occupies the slip cordon. Just nicks a single almost to mid-on. Solid. Full face of the bat defence there by Bartlett. Covered up once again. So the change of angle here for Hartley will certainly ensure that both McManus and Bartlett will play at each of the deliveries, but then he's lost the advantage of that rough to bowl into. End of the over, 63 now complete, 142 for 7.
Well, the next question I was going to pose to you, Dan, seeing as we are getting closer to tea, would it be worth just giving Luke Wells an over or two? Something different with the leg spin. It's funny there, I've just had a quick look outside and he just did have a little bit of a conversation there with his captain, Jimmy Anderson. Maybe just another variation to consider. Will still be Ajit Singh Dale from the David Capel end.
I think it's worth a look. They're certainly not in any desperate states, are they? Lancashire at all, and Tom Hartley's doing a good job, but maybe, yeah, as you say, the wrist spin into those rough patches could do something a little bit different. A few more revolutions on the ball may generate a little bit extra bounce from the surface. We are getting towards that period of play just before the tee interval, aren't we? And maybe catch one of these two Northants batters in a moment of concentration, or maybe, as sometimes often happens, it's well played in the end. He gets it down quick enough in front of Luke Wells, but a bit of extra bounce from Ajit Singh Dale. It's not always the best delivery that picks up a wicket every now and again, is it? We saw a chop on, didn't we, to get rid of Josh Bohannon off the bowling a safe save in the first innings. We saw one that kept a little bit low to break that partnership between Tom Bailey and Ajit Singh Dale off the bowling of Calvin Harrison as well. Short ball, well directed, but McManus has read the script on this one.
Some more tinkering here. Bohannon joins Wells. Long leg brought up to more of a traditional fine leg. One more alteration. Deep square comes into the square leg position. So the Lancashire coaches go for a stroll around the outfield. I should say around the outside of the outfield. They were pretty close, actually, to touching the boundary rope.
Nicely played, Lewis McManus. Just works it through the leg side for a couple of runs. A rare couple of runs in this afternoon session since the departure of James Sales. Manages to find a gap in between those five fielders there, stationed close to the bat on the leg side, which is a skill in itself.
It is, and in terms of the shot itself, complete control there. Timed it well and picked his spot.
Short ball again. McManus has read the script. End of the over, dot ball to finish. 144 for 7, and that is going to be tea. So there's the state of the play. 144 for 7 on the board for Northamptonshire. They remain 177 runs behind Lancashire, and Lancashire need 3 wickets to wrap up victory at the county grounds. Might be all their own way as this evening session gets going. We'll take a 20-minute breather. We will be back for the start of the evening session. Good afternoon and welcome back, or good evening. No, it's still good afternoon. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. Welcome back to the live stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Players are back out in the middle for the start of this evening session. The scores, if you weren't with us at the end of the afternoon, it's 144 for 7. Northamptonshire in their second innings. So Lancashire require 3 wickets to win. Northamptonshire, if they were to get there, require 177 runs from a minimum of 36 overs, which would be around 5 and over if that comes into the equation. Looks like it's going to be Tom Hartley to continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. There's 16 overs to go before a second new ball becomes available, which once again, if we were to get there, I suspect James Anderson would take that immediately. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. And we have had 4 very, very good and interesting days of first-class cricket here at the county ground in Northampton. Down the leg side and appeal. You've got an update from Lords, though, Aaron, that we've had another result in the books from week 1.
We have indeed, and Middlesex have beaten Gloucestershire by an innings and 14 runs in North London. I'll take you through that in just a second. As Hartley gets Bartlett on the defence. Yeah, the final wickets to fall was Gabe Bell, dismissed for 6 by former Gloucestershire man Zafar Gohar. So Middlesex start the season with a big W in the column. As for the other games, though, the rest of them not really producing the same drama as of yet, although all eyes will be on Sophia Gardens for the evening session, as well as the county ground here in Northampton. Lancashire searching for these final 3 wickets. Northamptonshire battling away very resiliently indeed. But yeah, Yorkshire 125 for 1 at tea. And they will need 170 for the victory, with 34 overs remaining in the day. Still have 9 wickets left in the shed as we see the ends of that over from Tom Hartley. A maiden it is, 144 for 7. Appears as though we'll have George Balderson coming on to bowl here from the David Capel end. Not surprised by that, because having the keeper up to the stumps does just provide a little bit of something different. And he has bowled very, very well today, I must say.
He's been excellent, hasn't he, through the course of the innings? 2 wickets for George Balderson, 2 for 23 from 13 overs with 5 maidens. Can't see either Anderson or Bailey bringing themselves into the attack for a spell. 15 overs to go before a second new ball. It's going to be very much on the shoulders of Balderson, Hartley, maybe Wells. If this is a shorter spell from Balderson, we could get spin at both ends, but if that was the case, you'd quite like to see the leg spinner operate, or have the 2 spinners switch ends, wouldn't you, I think? It does look like we're going to get a bit of leg spin. So maybe this is just an over for Balderson to change ends. Anyway, we're off. 2 catches in front of the wicket. And McManus resolute so far in defence.
As he will be throughout, of course. McManus hasn't really been tempted by any of the bait that Lancashire have put in front of him. Been very watchful, very disciplined and very measured so far.
Yeah, the partnership building between these two. It was the wicket of James Sales to fall in that afternoon session, which just a bit of a rush of blood to the head. Trying to take Tom Hartley down the ground for 6, mistimes it. Gets caught by James Anderson. Since then, these two have built something between the pair of them. So that's played through the covers, and McManus will just stand and admire it as it crunches into the boundary boards. 4 for Northamptonshire, 148 for 7.
Sweetly timed, wasn't it, there from McManus? Shot that we've grown accustomed to seeing. Just bringing a strong scoring area into play. Nice follow through as well with the bats.
Single taken, boundary single. I'll have a look at George Bartlett this time. Nicely played, George Bartlett. Bit of a half volley from Balderson that time. It brings up 150 for Northamptonshire, 153 for 7 at the completion of the 66th over. Nice way to end it.
Absolutely, and it's a very low-risk shot, that, from Bartlett, because he's picked up the length of that in an instant. And again, just leans into it. Nicely balanced, well executed. This really has been an excellent innings so far. Moves him on to 60.
Incredibly flighted delivery by Tom Hartley, which McManus works through mid-wicket. Really put some air on that, but it was ultimately a half volley by the time it got to Lewis McManus. So 4 more. He moves to 18.
Did you see how casually McManus also just stepped down the wicket then? He knew that was going for 4 from the very moment it left the bat.
Again, really up over the eye line of the Northants wicket-keeper. Just feel a bit of tension, can't you, building out in the middle. It's gone a touch flat since this ball's got older. I guess people will have the anticipation of this second new ball on the horizon. Hartley goes back over the wicket to go into those rough patches outside the leg stump of the 2 right-handers.
It's funny, we spoke about the game in Sophia Gardens. Second ball after tea, Mason Crane has dismissed Sam Whiteman for 24, caught by Ben Kellaway.
Dot ball to finish. Misses everything into the gloves of Matty Hurst. 67 overs, 157 for 7. So Yorkshire are 2 down now. They have not lost another one.
Correct, yeah. 126 for 2. And Mason Crane having a very strong showing indeed. 5 foot in the first innings. He's got both of those Yorkshire wickets so far. As for the rest of the games, no further wickets falling in Division 2. Kent still 3 down up at the Riverside, and Worcestershire battling away. Still have 34 overs remaining at the county ground in Derby. Still trail by 91 runs with 4 wickets remaining. It won't be spin from both ends for the time being. We did see Luke Welsh just loosening the bowling shoulder. Will be a continuation here for George Balderson.
Maybe that was just Welsh trying to catch the eye of Anderson. Can I have a go? I fancy my chances. I fancy a go. As it is, it's well fielded. Good call by McManus. For that, as Michael Jones makes a tumbling stop on the matting there, covering up a couple of those pitches that are going to be used here at the county ground in the not too distant future. Loads of cricket coming up. Northampton do travel to Canterbury next weekend before hosting Middlesex here in the county championship.
That'll be an interesting game, won't it? Against the North London outfits. Of course, Middlesex starting the campaign with a victory. Ryan Higgins also took a hat-trick here last season, didn't he? In that game, and James Sale scored a ton. So always provides the entertainment, does that fixture.
No ball. Big extra bounce, hit the splice of George Bartlett's bat. As it is, Balderson's overstepped anyway. That was one of the Kookaburra rounds, wasn't it, last year, the Middlesex game? I've got a feeling Middlesex might have been here twice in the last 2 Kookaburra games. The one early season in 2024, and then the one of the ones in the mid-season in 2025. Watchful and responsible from Bartlett and McManus to open this evening session.
Seeing Darren Lehman and Glenn Chappell going for a stroll below us.
Oh, a chance out of nowhere. Bartlett hasn't looked to play a shot since passing 50, really. And he's whipped that off middle stump. He didn't get over it. Just evades Tom Bailey, the tall Tom Bailey as well. Tips it over the crossbar. Bartlett survives to see another day. It looks like he's tried to play that aerially, isn't he, through the leg side or over the leg side. Have a rush of blood to the head for Bartlett. Back at it, back on it, as Balderson drops the length back.
Yeah, not exactly sure where that came from. It felt a little bit premeditated, didn't it? Just taking a look back at it. Of course, there is plenty of green grass over on that side towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, but of course Lancashire have got the catchers in there, one of whom is the aforementioned Tom Bailey.
Just needs a moment, I think, George Bartlett, to gather his thoughts, which he's going to do as a couple of the Northamptonshire sub-fielders make their way out to the middle with a drink. Looks like there might be a spare cricket bat available to George Bartlett 2, so he's going to have a change of willow. McManus grateful for a bit of hydration. 68 overs have been completed in the 4th innings. Northamptonshire are battling away at 161 for 7. Safely into the leg side. Was, of course, at one stage in this innings 50 for 6 when Rothesay departed in the 32nd over. So the combination of Sales, Bartlett and McManus really have provided some resilience. After that, Northamptonshire top order failed to fire for the 2nd time in this game. Plenty of encouragement here for Tom Hartley. I don't necessarily think there's a huge amount on offer for the slow left arm finger spinner from Lancashire here. But he's toiling away. He's bowling a tight line and a tight length, so he's very economical. Northamp's quite happy just to sit in against him at the moment. And I think probably at this stage it's getting closer to that. Hold the end up, get us through to that second new ball as quickly as possible. And if you walk away with James Sales and maybe another, you've done an excellent job, which he is doing at the moment. So 161 for 7 after 69 overs.
Well, in terms of that threshold for the second new ball to be taken, 11 overs away, isn't it? So I think you might be correct with regards to that observation, Dan.
I think they could certainly have a look at spin from both ends if they wanted to. They've got the runs available. Northamptonshire are still 160 behind. And if that run rate were to come into the topic of conversation, it is now just over 5s. So if they wanted to try and get through to it quicker, they would have the coins to spend in order to be able to do that. Maybe get an extra couple of overs out of it if they needed it. Because it does stay, the Dukes, it stays better for longer, doesn't it? It still felt like it offered something for the seamers into the late 20s, the early 30th over. But Balderson's got a short run anyway. He's quite quick through his over. And with the ball not really leaving the cut strip all that much, there's not a great deal of time being taken out of the game, I suppose.
No, that's a good point. I just think for me, it'd be worth just having a different look here for Lancashire. Whether that is a case of keeping Balderson on from the David Capel ends, as you said, Dan. Just holding up that end and doing a very good job of it. Let's get Luke Wells on here from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Just something else to consider. I know he's not an out-and-out specialist leg spin option, but more than handy.
Be at least 1, if not 2, maybe 4. He will settle on 2. It's well fielded by the Lancashire fine leg. Tom Hartley. Another couple of runs added to the board. Another couple of runs added to George Bartlett. Pushy that time. Those fielders that have spent time in front of square, just off the cut strip, weren't there at that moment. See, Dan Lawrence is nearing his 150 at Edgbaston for Surrey. Again, tucked off the hip for a single. So that game heading towards handshakes, isn't it? Despite the brilliance of Warwickshire across the course of those first 2 innings. .132 for Jamie Smith as well in the second innings for his England credentials, although interestingly he's batting 3 for Surrey and not keeping, so I don't know how much of an impact that might have when the test squad is announced later on this summer. End of the over, dot ball to finish, 164 for 7. If we want to continue our England watch, or those that are currently, I guess, what you describe as the incumbents, it's not been a happy outing for Zach Crawley, has it, up at Durham? Scores of 9 in the first innings, being trapped LBW by Matty Potts, and then 20 in the second, once again being trapped LBW by Matty Potts. Not the ideal start to Zach Crawley's 2026 summer.
No, it isn't. Although I have actually taken a look at the clips from that spell that Potts bowled at him. Again, high quality fast bowling, proper high quality, number of half shouts, and in terms of the LBW decision, may have been slightly disappointed, having taken a second look, but honestly, that it was fearsome. That's how I describe it from Potts. I think of 21 balls that he bowled at Zach Crawley, he only scored 2 runs from them. And one of them was squeezed off the inside edge. It was fierce.
Solid once again from Bartlett and Northamptonshire against the finger spin of Tom Hartley. He does have a change of angle to finish off this 71st over. So he has got those rough patches to bowl into with a leg slip in place. Bartlett quite happy just to kick it away. And a dot ball to finish. Tumbling stop by Ajit Singh Dale, keeping those standards high. 29 or a minimum 29 overs remain in the day's play. The score is 164 for 7.
Yeah, but for these two, at least from a Northamptonshire perspective, just more of the same. Just keep on chipping away, digging in, grinding out delivery after delivery after delivery.
Wicket watch. Yorkshire have lost a third. James Wharton bowled by Mason Crane. There are 3 down now, Yorkshire, down in Cardiff. Still 155 runs behind.
That could be very interesting then. And I'm really happy for Mason Crane. Saw his dismissal of George Hill. I mean, that was an absolute beauty. Pitched outside of leg and castled off.
That last one, less pretty, I think would be fair to say. It's a bit of a drag down that's not really bounced on James Wharton. Bit of a horror shot, but gone under the bat nonetheless. 3 down then Yorkshire. No change at Derby. No change at Durham. No change at Edgbaston. Looks like Nottinghamshire have lost one more. They're 92 for 2 now, but not a great deal of change there. And importantly for Northamptonshire, no change at the county grounds. 7 down for 164. So still 3 wickets to win for Lancashire. 28.5 overs to navigate and negotiate for Northamptonshire. Plenty of time, plenty of cricket for whatever this result materialises. Plenty of opportunity, I'm sure there will be for Lancashire.
Well, it is very cliche to say, but that next new ball, that is the game, isn't it? Essentially, at every single turn, aside from the first day, that has been where the wickets have fallen. And I think somewhere that will be in the back of the mind for both McManus and Bartlett, of course. They've got to get to the first milestone of seeing out these next 8.2 overs, but after that, well, it will be a different beast, won't it? Anderson and Bailey.
Kept low. McManus jams the bat down on it at the final moment. No, you're absolutely right. Assuming nothing changes up till that point, it almost becomes a different sport, doesn't it? It will be an almighty challenge for these two. Again. Dot ball to finish. Solid by McManus. 72 overs, 164 for 7.
It will still be Tom Hartley from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Luke Wells will head to slip. George Bell, wait to see where he ends up. Appears to be at leg slip for the time being. As for the rest of the field, well, it's a 5-4 split on the offside. It's a rather funny sight as well, just below us here in the commentary box. The entirety of the Northants coaching staff are crouched down, obviously behind the bowler's arm. It's that one driven confidently out towards the covers for 1. George Bartlett equals his high score from the 2025 season. Scored 66 at home against Derbyshire here at the county ground. Strong start to the campaign for the 28-year-old.
It's a nice spell, isn't it, by Tom Hartley, despite not having a great deal of assistance here. He's been incredibly economical. This is 20th over, 5 maidens, 1 for 33. Oh, it's a half a chance maybe. Would have required some fancy footwork, I think, from George Bell to have kept that ball in play. End of the over, a dot ball to finish. Bit of excitement, though, with the old ball. 165 for 7.
Definitely. It's been a bit of a thankless task at times for Tom Hartley. As you said, hasn't necessarily had too much grip or purchase. It's not been a ton of spin from this side of the ground, but just holding down an ends, keeping it tight, keeping it metronomic. So we can ask from your finger spinners, and if those opportunities materialise, then obviously that's great. So here is Balderson. Yet again, Wells going through a few stretches. Maybe again just signalling to his captain. Having a few practice bowls as well.
He really wants to be involved, doesn't he? He really wants to go. I think the only pickle here is the fact that he arguably have a better go of it from the end that Tom Hartley's bowling from. Probably getting to the stage now with George Balderson, despite being incredibly fit cricketer, that you want to just save a few miles in the tank, so that if he were required to bowl early with this second new ball, that it wasn't a tired spell to start with.
Yeah, this is definitely the most that we've seen Luke Wells warming up. It's funny as well, he is almost in direct eye line with Jimmy Anderson. Just planting those seeds about 10, 15 overs before. Just loosening the shoulders. As Bartlett attempts the drop and go on the offside. Yeah, something tells me be the next over. We'll see Luke Wells really amping it up, keeping those fingers warm. It's a very gentle breeze here, though, at Northampton. So that one just tipped around the corner. Bartlett will eventually get a single. Half stopped by Josh Bohannon, it was, the fielder at mid-off. And that for George Bartlett is his highest first-class score since May 2024. As I said, a good, strong start to the campaign.
End of the over. 166 for 7 after 74. And we are going to get a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It will be Luke Wells to replace Tom Hartley. Slow left arm to a bit of tall, bouncy wrist spin from Luke Wells. A better than handy option, isn't he, with ball in hand?
Oh, definitely. Went wicketless in the first innings, but you think back to last season, took 11 wickets. Yes, the average was 41, but you're not exactly putting Luke Wells as a specialist leg spinner in the side. I mean, of course, he's a wonderful batting talent. He'll always get in as a result of his skills as an opener, but as you said, more than useful. Gets key wickets, gets really useful wickets. That's how I've always seen Luke Wells. It is just something a little bit different. Just generating a few more rotations on the ball, whether that's with the stock ball of the leg break or the googly, bringing those stumps into play. That is makes the difference, just in terms of the actual bowling form itself. With Hartley, without that assistance from the pitch, both the arm ball and the off break, maybe just being slightly similar on this surface. Here is Wells then. First ball, he's driven away for one through the covers.
It's a funny battle, isn't it? Because each delivery that's successfully navigated here, the anxiety from a Northampton perspective rises because you get one delivery closer to this second new ball becoming available in 5.5 overs time. It's kind of a celebration and anticipation grow at equal measure. So another singles taken.
And I think that's really important to mention. If we weren't in a phase of the game where another new ball was available, you look at this and go 25 overs of this and, well, Northampton would probably fancy their chances. I can assure you, the challenge of a comparatively fresh Anderson and Bailey. Brand new Duke's ball in hands. Nice conditions as well.
Oh, I don't think James Anderson's bowled since this morning's session. Oh, 10 overs in this inning so far. And it was that opening spell, wasn't it? 6 over spell from James Anderson this morning. Has been involved to take the catch of James Sales. Other than that, has been quiet, ominously quiet on day 4. What would you do at the other end? Would you keep going with George Balderson, or would you throw it over to Tom Hartley and ask him to have a change of ends?
Oh, that one left outside of off stump. End of the first of Luke Wells's overs. Goes for 2 from the opening 2 deliveries. Northamptonshire 168 for 7 after 75 overs. So a minimum of 25 remaining in the day's play for both sides. They know the new ball just 30 deliveries away. If Lancashire can get one wicket before then, they'll be absolutely elated. And, well, we are going to have spin from both ends. It will not be Tom Hartley. It will be Harry Singh coming on to bowl. So, again, a slightly different look. Still finger spin. And again, I really don't mind this. Just give someone else a little bit of a look. Just gives it a little bit of a tweak and a twirl in his hands. Which has a slight word there with his captain Anderson. Wells will be at slip. George Bell under the lid at leg slip. One more change here. Fielder brought over from the onside and will park himself at backward points. That man being Michael Jones. So 5-4 on the offside. Here is Harry Singh then. First delivery is a dot ball. Well, that one attempted to be pulled away from outside of McManus's off stump.
That's that speciality of a part-time bowler, isn't it? Bit of a drag down. Off stump, attempted to be padded away.
Well, very much an occasional bowler for Lancashire is Harry Singh. Just the 12 deliveries in first-class cricket prior to this over. Also worth mentioning the fact that before this game, hadn't actually played a game last season. His previous appearance in the format was in 2024.
Yeah, well, worth a look. And also as well, it will just get through to the second new ball quicker. Lancashire might end up getting an extra 6 or 12 deliveries out of it if they need it, of course.
McManus will get the single there. Just spoons it away, really, in front of square for one. That is the end of the over for Harry Singh. It's the one solitary run conceded. Tidy first over that, aside from the drag down, which ironically almost produced the wicket. I do think we'll see him now for these final couple of overs before the new ball is taken. As you said, gives you that initial burst from Bailey and Anderson. And of course, you've got Ajit Singh Dale, a slightly harder Duke's ball in hand, and if you need him, George Balderson as well, with the keeper up to the stumps and the extra element of bounce. Wells bowls that one a tad bit shorter. Bit more flight there from the former Sussex man. Another fine delivery there from Luke Wells. Must admit, today has been slightly unique in terms of the commentary and the backing track that we've got from the Queen tribute act in Abington Park. You can still hear that through the ambient mic. That one tucked away down towards long leg by McManus for the single. Fair play to them. They've been playing for about 2.5 hours. The tribute band, that is, not the players. They've been playing for a lot longer. Testing once more there from Wells. Ends the over with a dot ball. Again, just one run from it. Northamptonshire 170 for 7. The partnership moves on to 48. But for the pair of these Northamptonshire batters, case of just digging in, not allowing for that lapse or breaking concentration. They know they've got a very stern task ahead of them. A reminder, of course, as well, with regards to the remaining Northamptonshire players in the shed. They are Louis Kimber, Ben Sanderson, Kimber, of course, more of the specialist batting option. Also bowls some handy off spin. Sanderson, very much the swing and seam specialist, but more than handy with the bat as well. At this stage, though, Dan, it does appear as though we've got one of two results coming, doesn't it? I think in terms of the run chase, 151 remaining, a tickle over 22. Don't think it's likely that we're going to see McManus and Bartlett suddenly switch into T20 mode, but the other two still firmly on.
Completely agree with that point. As I say, it's all going to be what happens in 2 and a bit overs time, isn't it, really? With respect to Harry Singh and Luke Wells. 170 for 7 after 78 overs, so 12 deliveries left of this original cricket ball taken yesterday evening. And it will be over to James Anderson and Tom Bailey. As you said and alluded to earlier, it's going to be a completely different contest, isn't it, when that period and passage of play begins in about 5 or so minutes' time.
A little bit of a fence at that latest one from George Bartlett. Really has been a patient partnership, though. 48 runs from 165 deliveries. Once again, a little bit of pace and extra drift added onto that one from Wells. And flatter in trajectory. Punched through the covers for 1. Alderson, the man doing the fielding. George Bell now just getting into the eye line, occupying that silly mid-off position just in case McManus pushes forward a little bit, too overly eager on the forward defence. Well, it won't be a defence. He'll just clip that away off the hips for a single. And that will be the 50 partnership between McManus and Bartlett. Pivotal for Northamptonshire, to say the least. They needed a pair to just dig in, graft away. They have done precisely that. But they know there is a stiff challenge ahead. In 7 deliveries' time, this game could look very different indeed, depending on how that new ball acts. End of the over from Luke Wells. 3 overs, no maidens, no wickets. For 5 runs conceded. It will be Harry Singh from the David Capel ends for what we suspect and imagine will be the final over before the new ball is taken. There has been another wicket at Sophia Gardens as well. Yorkshire 162 for 4 in pursuits. 295 against Glamorgan. This time, it wasn't Mason Crane who got the wicket. It was Ryan Hadley, Glamorgan's resident Australian overseas seam bowler, trapping Will Luxton, LBW. Luxton, of course, brought in as an injury replacement player for Johnny Bairstow. Took a nasty knock on the thumb, and he'll be ruled out of Yorkshire's second game of the season due to the new protocols. So too will Tom Wesley at Essex. Oh, that's a really good delivery. Hurst leaping about in the appeal. Standing umpire completely unmoved. Wesley was replaced by Noah Thane. He will also play no further part in round 2. He also deals with a thumb injury.
Aaron Vars standing up in anticipation in the commentary box. So we get to the end of this 80th over, and all eyes will descend back upon, won't they, the middle here at the county ground in Northampton. That excitement and anticipation will rise. And it will be George Bartlett who will have to contend with the first delivery with this second new ball. So a good effort by Lancashire's trio of spinners, Hartley, Wells and Singh. But that will be the end of it, won't it? As James Anderson wanders with purpose over to the umpire, ready to take this second new ball in this fourth and final innings between Lancashire and Northamptonshire.
Yeah, you can just see there, Anderson just getting ready, of course, for the two Northamptonshire batters. They're trying to prepare for what is going to be a challenge and a half. The new ball has been taken. I thought for a second Josh Bohannon had actually rolled the new ball down towards us in the comms box. Instead, it's the older one. Funny moment there. I think Jimmy Anderson wanted the new ball before he did that. Here you go then. It will be Anderson, a man who prior to this game had 1,143 first-class wickets, 704 of those in the Test arena. He's got 3 slips awaiting in the cordon, backward points, cover, and mid-off. Anderson it is to Bartlett. First one, very wide from the veteran. This game so far, 5 for in the first innings, 1 for 36 from his first 10 in the second. By my maths, that leaves him on 1149 in terms of the tally. Will he add an extra one? Not on that occasion. Extravagant leave from George Bartlett. And to the surprise of absolutely nobody here at the county ground or beyond, Tom Bailey also going through the motions. He is also champing at the bits, ready and raring to go from the David Capel end. Here's Anderson. Down the leg side, good take by Matty Hurst. No battle glove involved.
We'll say Aaron quickly there, done and dusted, Edgbaston. Hands shaken. That match between Surrey and Warwickshire ending in a draw.
Interesting game of cricket, that, though. left well alone in the corridor of uncertainty. Good discipline shown there by George Bartlett. Currently unbeaten on 69. McManus at the other end on 22. The partnership at exactly 50. For Northants, though, I don't think the runs necessarily the major focal point here. It's all about those remaining overs and these first ones with the new ball. Just here as well, can't you? The Lancashire fielders, more animated, more alert, more energetic. Both teams, both sets of players, both coaching staffs know this is what the game was leading to. Bartlett has done a fine job of navigating the first. 81 overs gone. Northamptonshire 172 for 7. In theory, they require 149 runs for the victory. It's far more likely, though, that it's Lancashire searching for the win. Those additional points here at the county ground. 3 wickets away. Will James Anderson or Tom Bailey provide that moment of magic, the spark that ignites the powder keg here for the Red Rose? And it will be Tom Bailey.
Yeah, and he has looked more likely, hasn't he, in this 4th innings than James Anderson to pick those wickets up. He was brilliant with the new ball. Brilliant in the first innings as well, let's not forget. He did pick up 4 wickets, but 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 28 in this particular innings for Tom Bailey. 3 slips in place.
That one played very fine indeed down the leg side. Will race away for 4. That'll just settle the nerves there for McManus. Perhaps a slight overcorrection there from Tom Bailey. McManus moves on to 26. You can see as well a few of the spectators on their feet as well. Imagine there'll be a few nervous watchers out there. The enemy stands up at the Spencer Lounge, of course, the Briggs and Forrester to the right of us as well. Here is Bailey. So those 3 slips in the cordon. Bell at first, Singh at second, Jones at 3rd. Backward point is Luke Wells. Ajit Singh Dale. The fielder at the cover position. Hannon, a slightly wide-ish mid-off. Another leave there from McManus. As for the other fielders on this 6-3 split, we've got Sir James Anderson at mid-on. Tom Hartley is the man at short mid-wickets. So got a long leg in play. And that might be George Balderson down there. Bailey there overstepping. No ball has been signalled.
Kent have lost a 4th up at the Riverside. 165 for 4 now. Looks like Durham haven't made the inroads that they needed to do earlier on in the day.
Once again, McManus leaving that one well alone. Have a feeling this is just the setup here from Bailey. Trying to make him shuffle and then jag it back in with the nip backer. Something he's done tremendously well in this game. Did it earlier today against Calvin Harrison. Leaving it on length and saw the back of him. Once more, hanging it outside on that 5th or even 6th stump line on that occasion. That one down the leg side. Balderson will pursue it. Single taken out towards deep backward square leg. End of the over. Northamptonshire 179 for 7. 7 runs coming from the first, courtesy of Tom Bailey. But as we hear a little bit of Queen in the background, the king returns. So James Anderson, it will be from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
How long have you been working on that?
All afternoon.
Ever since you had the confirmation that it was a Queen tribute act coming through the effects mic. Very punny, Mr. Viles. I enjoyed it.
Well, this is an interesting slips, Gordon, isn't it? Gully, 3 slips, leg slip in play. Fielder at deep backward square, backward points. Mid on and mid off. Here is Anderson to McManus.
It's ticking into that final hour now. Aaron as well. Just gone past 5 o'clock. A strict close of play at 6 p.m. on the final day of the county championship. There is going to be an awful lot of cricket to play in this next 60 minutes with Anderson and Bailey, Singdale, Balderson. This partnership between these two, worth 57, but the more important number there, it's worth 190 deliveries. They've been together for a long time. It's into the pad, it's the nip backer. Drifting down the leg side. Such an incredibly skillful operator. Going to be a huge amount of assistance with regards to humidity or clouds in the sky when it comes to swing bowling here for James Anderson, but he's going to be able to extract everything he's going to need, the skill and the experience that he possesses. Oh, there's a big appeal and it's given. He's got him, in swinger, trapped LBW. Lewis McManus departs. The new ball has worked. James Anderson has worked. McManus leaves the battle with 27 runs to his name. His partner George Bartlett there on 69. Anderson doing the damage.
Certainly has. We did say this feels like a very different game now. And that is first class wicket, 1,150 for Sir James Anderson. As always going to be him. He would prove to be a potential difference maker with the new ball in hands. McManus is applauded from the field of play. Coming in at number 10 for the Tudor Rose is Louis Kimber. Showed touches of brilliance in that first innings. Grafted away for 33. But this again, all comes down to pressure. How's your mettle in Louis Kimber? We just see the replay of this delivery from Jimmy Anderson. Don't think there was much doubt in that, to be honest. Just moved enough, didn't it, to jag back in.
Yeah. McManus was reluctant to leave, but it's more of the fact, the knowing how much work he's left out there for Bartlett and Kimber, potentially Sanderson, but Anderson, as they go and strengthen that catching cordon. It's 4 slips on the offside, a gully and a leg slip, with Kimber facing his first ball. Just leaves that through to keeper Matty Hurst. 5 down for Kent, 5 down for Yorkshire. A couple of wickets falling there. Almost like they've turned up like buses, these wickets, in the final hour of the championship. 3 down, Nottinghamshire, down at Taunton. I suspect that'll be a handshaking exercise before too long. Seabold, Hurst, not impressed with the lack of carry here at the county grounds in this final hour. 179 for 8. That second new ball has worked. Anderson, you can't keep him quiet. We haven't seen him since the first 30 minutes this morning. Comes back in his second over. He's got figures now of 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 36.
Yeah, just a master of his craft. He's got very apt company here, very adept company in Tom Bailey. Didn't have the best first over, did he? From the David Capel end, going for 7. Didn't really threaten as much as Lancashire would have hoped, but he's got another opportunity here to get that 9th wicket and really put Northamptonshire under the cosh.
Yeah, it's going to be over to Tom Bailey, though, from the David Capel end, the end that he found so much success during the course of the game so far. 3 slips, a gully, a leg slip as well. And on the money, as you'd expect, as Bartlett just defends that back down the ground, past his compatriot, his new compatriot, Louis Kimber. So he and McManus, the hard work they put together, he's going to have to start it again, this time with the new man, Northamptonshire, having made the move from Leicestershire in the off-season. Certainly going to be a great white ball signing, Louis Kimber, with aspirations to play a lot of red ball cricket. Oh, that's a very, very tidy leave for George Bartlett.
I tell you what, there would have been many a spectator here at the county ground with their hearts in their mouth, similar to the ball which we saw Calvin Harrison watch onto his stump a little bit earlier on today.
Oh, that's gone straight in the air. It falls safely. Josh Bohannon, the quickest man in Northampton this weekend, could not get underneath that. A bit of extra bounce, that new ball providing a bit of extra spice and spite for Tom Bailey. It lands safely. 180 for 8. 70 runs now for Bartlett as he comes down to have a chat with Louis Kimber. Didn't know much about that, did he, George Bartlett?
Absolutely not. And you can see the game now really bursting into life here. And late on in the encounter, yet again, the drama of the championship certainly delivering.
Louis Kimber does get off the mark with that drop shot into the leg sides. You see on the scorecard now, the graphic just ticking it off. Runs to win, pretty irrelevant. Those two numbers, 99 or 98 balls remaining with 2 wickets in hand. time. Getting busy in the crease. Extra bounce that Tom Bailey gets where he is quite so tall through to the gloves of Hurst. Bartlett and Kimber remain unscathed. 181 for 8, 16 overs remaining in the day's play. Just around the rest of it, Nottinghamshire 130 for 3. They require 287 runs off 18 overs. Somerset require 7 wickets. Durham require 5 wickets against Kent. Kent are 190 behind, and Derbyshire still require the 4 wickets against Worcestershire as well. Nicely bowled, nicely played by Louis Kimber. And then the final game at Cardiff, Glamorgan require 5 wickets, Yorkshire require 118.
Out of interest, how many overs remain in Sophia Gardens? Got to be around about 20, surely.
Yeah, just under 19.4 overs. .22 supposedly on the clock up at Durham, but they're going to be struggling to get that done in 50 minutes, particularly with the seam bowlers that they've got. Going to be rattling through those overs quickly. And then 19 overs remain at Derby as well. Look at that slip, Corden. Oh, has it carried? Has it carried? It has. It's a faint edge off the outside half of the bat from Louis Kimber. It's a fantastic catch from Matty Hurst. He's probably taken a step closer, having just been peppered in the chest a couple of times from the balls that haven't carried. That one did. Good low catch from the keeper. 9 down Northamptonshire. Kimber goes for 1. And it's all over to George Bartlett and Ben Sanderson.
Yep, it will be. It'll be Sanderson versus Anderson. I mean, what a spell this has been from Jimmy Anderson yet again. Took 5 wickets in the first, 3 and counting here in the second. And on that occasion, just a moment for the catch there from Matty Hurst. As you said, really smart low catch, diving low to his right-hand side. Really good take, that especially at this stage of the game. I mean, that is some grab from the young gun. As for Jimmy Anderson, well, he is now looking to finish this game off against Northamptonshire's number 11. Ben Sanderson strides out into this gladiatorial arena. The slips watching on like a pride of lions at the moment, just waiting for their opportunity. Really is a sight to behold, isn't it? So James Anderson, at 43 years of age, continuing to showcase his unparalleled skills. Here he is at the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Ben Sanderson taking guard, just taking his time as well. I don't mind that from the 37-year-old. It's Burnley versus Sheffield.
Championship fixture. Slip Corden waiting. Sanderson leaves that one well alone for his first delivery. Certainly no slouch with bat in hand, Ben Sanderson. High score in first-class cricket in the 60s, but that was much more of a cavaliering type innings than what's going to be required here. Bank holiday Monday ground that time, much to the oohs and the ahs from that slip cordon of Lancashire. What do you reckon? Big in-swinger to finish the over?
Perhaps, although with Jimmy, one of his great strengths, of course, is the outswinger. Try and angle it here nice and tight to that off stump. Try and nick the outside edge of Sanderson's bat. Sanderson's done a really good job there just to keep it out. So that will be a dot ball to finish. A wicket maiden from Jimmy Anderson, Lancashire's captain, leading from the front once more. Northamptonshire now 181 for 9. And this now really is an uphill task to see out these final 15 overs.
Certainly is. Over to Tom Bailey and George Bartlett now. I guess George Bartlett may start to look to manage the strike here, with Ben Sanderson at the non-striker's end. Whether Lancashire play that game as well, start to push those fielders out and around to stop Bartlett taking singles off the final couple of deliveries. We'll see as this over transpires, and we're going to get a change of field though as Ajit Singh Dale switches places with James Anderson, and that slip cordon is strengthened. So it's 4 orthodox slips, a gully, Tom Hartley at leg slip as well. Bartlett on strike. Just leaves that one on length as it just nips over top of off stump. I think that's one thing that you can do with Tom Bailey, isn't it? If you can pick that length up early, he's tall, he will get that natural extra bounce. With the newer ball, the pitch has played true. They haven't kept low, it's just when that ball's got softer, potentially squarer if you ask some of the professional cricketers with the frequency that they ask the umpires to check it. It just starts to misbehave a touch, but it's been true with the new one. 2 catching on the leg side now, 2 leg slips. Extra bounce that time, hitting the splice of Bartlett's bat hard. He's on 70.
Really is one of the great sights in cricket, isn't it? A crowded and populated slip cordon. It's like a Renaissance work of art.
Incredibly similar. There's tapestries all over the world, isn't there, with slip cordons like this?
There should be.
One wide of the mark and left alone. Just expectant, aren't they, those Lancashire catchers behind the stumps? Waiting for that outside edge or the inside edge or the flick round the corner. Got pretty much every eventuality covered. Halfway through this over, so if this ball is safely negotiated, we may have a look to see what the tactic is. And it's flicked into the leg side. It gets down quick enough. Now, so Lancashire are quite happy if George Bartlett were to look to take this single. And they are available, aren't they? The drop into the offside, one into the leg side. If, of course, Tom Bailey goes straight, we'll just leave Ben Sanderson with the 1 delivery of the over to contend with. But we shall see what the plan is for George Bartlett. I think he'll look for 1. And he does. Just drops it into the offside. The worry is, has he timed it too well? Or is it going to stop? I think it's running out of momentum. It is. Nestles into the shaded grass of the old football stand. Bartlett does complete the single. So Sanderson will have 1 delivery from Tom Bailey to negotiate at the end of this over. If that game plan continues, I suspect Lancashire may look to try and keep Bartlett on strike at the end of the overs. will come into conversation the next time around. Left well alone by Ben Sanderson, shoulders, arms. 14 overs to go. The score is 182 for 9. And George Bartlett will be on strike against James Anderson.
Just looking around the grounds, I think Worcestershire may have done enough to survive there against Derbyshire. Still a few overs remaining, of course, but yeah, that would be a decent result given the position that the pairs found themselves in. Here's Anderson again. Just look at the cordon. Leg slip in place as well. Bowling here to George Bartlett.
Just shuffles outside off stump, doesn't he? Response to that outswinger. You know it's coming. You know that big inswing is coming. Is it going to be 2? Is it going to be 3? What's the great James Anderson got up his sleeve? 5 slips. Leg slip as well. Catching cover. One down at fine leg and Tom Bailey at mid-on. And just slightly back of a length.
Of course, the main focus here will be James Anderson, but just a word on George Bartlett as well. Really good to see him in the runs early doors. Spoke about this before, but had a high score of 66 against Derbyshire last season. Already in the 70s, very first game of 2026. So, look, he's done his job today. It's been a valiant effort indeed.
The minute, he's got an answer, hasn't he? He's finding the middle of the bat. Still plenty of encouragement from behind the stumps. From that slip cordon. And there should be 2 quick wickets with this second new ball. They should be up and around, shouldn't they? Almost expectant. And just swing back in towards George Bartlett. Getting towards the end of this over, there's 1 delivery left. Interestingly, Lancashire persisting with the catches. So if George Bartlett can find the single, they're quite happy for him to take it. Will be an element of risk associated to that as well. So you can see the school of thought from Lancashire and Anderson. Plays it nicely outside into the off side. It will stop inside the field of place. We will take the single off the final ball of the over. He will maintain the strike. Ben Sanderson will remain safely nestled at the non-striker's end. 13 overs to go.
Still a lot of deliveries though, isn't it? When you think about it, 78. That is the magic number for Northamptonshire. They've safely navigated the first 22 of those since Kimber's departure. Still a long way to go though, especially against Anderson and this man, Tom Bailey. 6 wickets in the game for Bailey. 2 in this innings, 4 in the first. He too has got plenty of catches waiting in the slips.
At the minute, George Bartlett has got the answers.
It's a lot of pressure though, isn't it, Dan? Lot of weight bearing down on those shoulders right now. One mistake and it's game over.
To leave that well alone, particularly on that line. We have got another result in. Somerset Nottinghamshire has ended in a draw. So they're all finished down at Taunton with 35 minutes to go. Still playing at Chester Street, Cardiff and Derby. And of course here at the County Ground in Northampton on this stream powered by Daffabet. Those catches, look at them all. Converging as Bartlett plays that past Tom Hartley, and as expected, they will not take the single this early in the over. Thank you so much to all of you that have joined us through the course of these 4 days. It's been great to have your company and learn about your first cricketing moments and memories and some of the stories that you've been able to put together and friendships you've made through the course of your county championship careers as spectators and fans. Halfway through the 88th over. And left alone as it just drifts away from the off stump of George Bartlett.
Yeah, just taken a quick look at the live stream figures. Nearly 7,000 concurrent viewers right now. Unsurprisingly, in this game is the one to watch right now, isn't it? Lancashire searching for that last wicket, the one which will get them the victory. Can George Bartlett produce something absolutely heroic?
Lancashire have adjusted here. They have sent a couple of fielders out to try and stop George Bartlett taking the single, and Tom Bailey's hidden that from George Bartlett. I suspect he will do exactly the same off this final ball of the over.
Yeah, just one final change in the field. Fielder who was out towards the backward square leg, now going more towards the long leg. That's Josh Bohannon out there.
Oh, and he does pinch the single, much to the frustration, particularly that of George Bell. And that's almost been as big of a round of applause as we've had all day from the Northamptonshire supporters, celebrating that single into the leg sides. We will keep the strike.
He will, but look who has just taken the cap and jumper off. It is the James Anderson from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Those slips will be heavily populated once more. The likes of Bell, Singh, Jones, all of them in there. Balderson remains that fielder in at short cover. Ajit Singh Dale down at deep backward square leg, and Tom Bailey at mid-on.
Starts with the in-swinger. Bartlett, at the moment, has the answer.
He does, and regardless of the final result here, he really has put together a very composed innings against high-quality bowling as well. Let's not understress that. Lancashire have been absolutely superb.
It's driven through the offside. They won't run. It may actually win the race. It's George Balderson after it, and it does just have enough forward momentum in it to cross the boundary rope. Now, that won't upset Lancashire in the slightest, will it? And the silhouette that George Bartlett cuts for there in the middle, almost as if a case of going, I don't really know if I meant to do that. It's a lovely looking shot.
It is. It's a very pleasant shot, that, from George Bartlett. But this next delivery, more important.
That is straighter, well fielded by Tom Bailey, who takes a tumble, gradually gets himself back to his feet. Down the leg side, through Matty Hurst. I thought I heard a noise on the effects mic. It's not going to matter because the umpire is going to signal leg byes. They will come through for that one. Whether that was the plan or not, it's going to leave Ben Sanderson with 3 deliveries in this over. 2 deliveries. Apologies. The scoreboard over to our left there was just 1 delivery behind. So 2 to negotiate for Ben Sanderson. Has an answer that time around. Just all of the padding on George Bartlett's ankle there. It's just a sore one.
I was about to say that would be a very dramatic way for the game to finish, wouldn't it? A tip onto the non-striker's ends. Run out if Bartlett would have been out of his crease. Certainly don't want that. Remain rooted as you possibly can.
30 minutes to go for Northamptonshire, and Lancashire continue to tweak the field. Tweak it once more. 5 slips. 2 on the leg side. The final delivery of this Anderson over. And it's high, isn't it? Into the thigh pad. The nip backer, but too high for Anderson. Ben Sanderson survives it. Another one ticked off for Northants. 189 for 9.
Yeah, best of both worlds there for the home side. Sanderson navigating those final 2 deliveries, gets Bartlett's far more established batting option to face off against Bailey in this next over. As you said, Dan, plenty of words of encouragement from these Lancashire fielders. They know for Bartlett and Sanderson, they've got to be perfect for 66 deliveries. They only have to be perfect for 1 of them. Here is Bailey. Bartlett's just drilling that nice and straight back to the bowler for no run.
Bit of excitement up at Derby. Martin Anderson's picked up a wicket, broken the partnership. Worcestershire are now 7 down. Removed Ethan Brooks for 34.
Yet another dot ball. Would be amazing, wouldn't it, to know what is going through the mind of George Bartlett right now, especially after the way in which he started this innings. Reached that 50 at almost a runner ball. Since then, he has been as solid as granite.
Time to the leg side. They won't take any of the runs. They probably could have come back for 2, actually, with the way how far that's travelled, but there is absolutely no point in taking that risk whatsoever, is there? So the ball is returned by George Balderson.
Well, no, absolutely not.
You just never know, do you? There is no point risking it.
No, it sounds trivial, in fact, but let's say, for example, you lose your footing.
Samit Patel moment.
Well, precisely. You never know, do you? Just stay there. Northamptonshire are not going to win this game, but they can draw it. Bartlett leaves that one expertly again. Shoulders, arms. Field now a little bit more spread. 3 slips in the cordon. Jimmy Anderson in at leg slip. Bartlett just guides that, deflects it almost towards Hartley at backward point. Luke Wells in the covers. Fielders at mid-off, mid-on. Forward square leg as well. Ajit Singh Dale. And a little bit of a conversation there with Tom Bailey. Let's not forget, if this breakthrough doesn't arrive in the next few overs, Ajit Singh Dale could be the man handed the ball.
But they've got what they've wanted. They've kept George Bartlett on strike. So it'll be over to Ben Sanderson to at least start this over against James Anderson.
Sanderson there just making some final last-minute adjustments to his field. Backward point in place, along with 4 slips and 2 on the leg side as well. Short ball. Surprise bumper there from Anderson. Ajit Singh Dale in at short mid-wickets. Balderson, a short cover. As for Northamptonshire, 59 deliveries. Can they see them out? Oh, that one almost inducing the outside edge. Sanderson just keeping the line. As we said, he's not a true number 11. Has got that career best of 65. Very different situation here today. A pivotal role to play nonetheless. Anderson it is again. Sanderson digs it out. That one short again. Testing out the reactions, the reflexes of the 37-year-old Sanderson.
Spring chicken in comparison. This is Sir James Anderson. Trying to, well, set him up, push him back, I suspect, and keep him on strike as well for the duration of this over. 2 deliveries left in it. That's going to be 4, isn't it? They're not going to run, that is for certain. Has it got enough momentum on it? It has. It does cross the boundary rope. Tucked off middle stump for Ben Sanderson. He gets off the mark. But more importantly, as you said, it's another ball. It's another delivery. It's another minute ticked off.
Well, at this stage, that is all Northamptonshire are concerned with. I don't think the 128 runs necessarily on the mind now. Can Sanderson survive this delivery? Yes, he can. Does another excellent job there as the tail ender is richly applauded by the Northamptonshire faithful. 9 overs of the day's play remain. Lancashire searching, hunting for this final wicket. Will be Bailey from the David Capel ends. Ajit Singh Dale also just starting to go through the motions a little bit. An omen of what is to come. But up first, it's Bailey to Bartlett. Pushes that one along the carpet up towards Ajit Singh Dale. I think has lost his sunglasses in the process. That one down the leg side. Stopped by Matty Hurst. Well, you can only imagine the scenes if Bailey, Anderson or Dale get this final scalp. You could cut the tension here with a knife. It's that one again, left by Bartlett. And his judgment so far, top notch. That one has been clipped very handsomely away by George Bartlett.
That's well judged, wasn't it? I wonder had that had not crossed the road, whether we would have seen Bartlett and Sanderson quickly head back in different direction, because neither of them completed the run, did they? I suppose they would have been able to have completed that and come back for the seconds. 2 balls left in the over as Anderson just sends Josh Bohannon onto the leg side to try and keep George Bartlett on strike.
I think he's making another alteration here. Tom Hartley, who was at backward point, just making his way towards more of a leg gully.
Yeah, I'd guess these will be into the body, back of a length. Can't pinch the single there. Had they had not moved that fielder, I think they might have been able to have scampered through. So 1 delivery left. And it looks like it's going to be Ajit Singh Dale to replace James Anderson, doesn't it, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. No sign of George Balderson getting warm. That is down the leg side. End of another over. Some more time ticks past on the clock here at the county grounds. 18 minutes left of the day's play.
You were spot on with your observation. It will be Ajit Singh Dale from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He has bowled very well throughout this match. Complemented the likes of Bailey, Anderson, Balderson exceptionally. As the first change bowler, provides that extra element of pace and zip and venom. Can Dale be the hero on his debut for Lancashire County Cricket Club? He's highly rated, highly touted. He's now an England Lions bowler. He's the former Gloucestershire man. Just getting ready. The county ground prepares to hold its breath once more. And shorter, negotiated by Sanderson. Full credit as well to Northamptonshire for taking this game so deep. Really is a good reflection on the character of the side, regardless of the outcome. Dale again testing the defences of Ben Sanderson. Let's not forget, after safe Zabe departed for 10, the Tudor Rose were 50 for 6, staring down the barrel in the afternoon session. Since then, they showed plenty of mettle, plenty of resistance, and that is all you can really ask for in a game against a bowling attack of this quality.
Very, very good start to this spell from Ajit Singh Dale, isn't it? Picking up where James Anderson left off. He's on the money. He knows it's going to be a short spell. He can go absolutely flat out. 12 overs old, this second Dukes. They're going to bring some safety equipment onto the field. Chuck it to the way of Josh Bohannon, who's going to go under the lid at short leg. Maybe a bit of short stuff for Ben Sanderson to negotiate. And then counteract to that's the fact they've still got so many catchers behind. But it'll just put a little bit of doubt in Sanderson's mind. At the minute, he's got an answer.
I think it's also worth mentioning for those who maybe haven't kept up with the entirety of the game, but it was Dale who caught Sanderson's wicket in the first innings, a toe-crunching Yorker, speared in towards middle stump. Could we see that out of the seam bowler's arsenal? Certainly planting those seeds of doubt. It's Dale here. It does go slightly shorter. One more delivery in this, the 93rd of the innings. Sanderson it is to face. And that's edged. Has it been taken? No, it hasn't. It's been dropped. It has been dropped.
Silence descends upon the county ground. That was the chance. That was the one that was there. It was a very, very good catchable height for that Lancashire slip cord, and it's burst straight through the hands. Maybe that extra pace from Ajit Singh Dale had that slip cord and up a little bit closer than what maybe they would have been. A remarkable moment, a big, big chance, clear chance to have wrapped this game up in the championship. Sanderson gets a life. And there are now 13 minutes left on the clock as George Balderson will replace Tom Bailey from the David Capel end. Matty Hurst will require the helmet as that comes out. You'd have taken that, wouldn't you? That's what you're dying to say.
Absolutely not. I think it's just a moment of complete and utter disbelief. Felt as though time stood still there as it burst through the palms of Michael Jones. Usually safe as houses in the cordon. Oh, that could be massive. That could be huge. But this now again, another challenge. Balderson has been marvellous in this game. He's bowled 18 overs in this innings. 6 maidens, 2 wickets for 40. Said it on day 2. He views himself as a leader in this group. He was Lancashire's leading wicket taker last season, took 40 wickets over the course of the campaign. Someone who, of course, has captained at the Bunbury Festival, captains the England under-19s. Can he take his side home to these additional points? Balderson it is to Bartlett. And that one is left again. Balderson has his hands on his head, I should say. Again, he thought that was a lot closer. Bartlett's judgment yet again proving to be his saviour. And this is proper edge of your seat stuff now. Every single delivery, a moment of cinema. Balderson it is. And that one driven full-blooded through the covers. It's got plenty of pace on it. And that'll go for 4 runs. Not that metric matters too much at this stage of the affair. Though that is the 200 up for Northamptonshire in their second innings. The key here, though, it's not runs, it's survival. Keeping those concentration levels, not allowing for a slip or a lapse. First again was on that in a flash. Dislodges the bail. Bartlett was in his crease. Can he generate that steepling bounce that we saw a little bit earlier on? It's the one that got rid of Nathan McWeeny. Balderson again. Oh, goodness me. Went for the shots. This is tense. Change in the field now. 2 deliveries of the over remaining. That one well smothered on the forward defence by Bartlett. Imagine not liking this competition, Dan.
You're missing out if you don't, that is for sure. 5:51 local time. The field has spread with this final ball of Balderson's over. He hides it outside off stump to keep Ben Sanderson on strike for the start of the next. Another passage of play ticked off for Northamptonshire. Lancashire sticking in there. That huge chance the over before off the bowling of Ajit Singh Dale.
Dale it is. Again, this is why we adore this competition. It's the narratives, it's the stories, it's the tapestry that is unfolding in front of us. Dale, the debutant, versus Sanderson, the Northants veteran, the local hero here in the East Midlands. George Bartlett as well, the former Somerset man, batting like his life depends on it. Here is Dale to Sanderson. Well defended again. Of course, Balderson as well. He was absolutely magnificent last season. 40 wickets in the campaign. Local lad. Played for Hyde and Cheadle-Hulme up in the northwest. Could he be the hero? Get Lancashire's campaign off to a running start. Here is Dale. Defended again. Still, the slips vociferous in their support. Hannon under the lid at short leg. Balderson in at short cover, backward point in play. leg slip as well, along with that populated cordon. On Fuller from Dale. Really has been a proper battle, this. Let's not forget, this is just the beginning. Northamptonshire travel to Kent next week. Lancashire play host to Derbyshire at Old Trafford. Dale bangs it in short again. This is going down to the wire. In a game that for large swathes has been dominated by the Red Rose of Lancashire. Can they get one final wicket? They won't with that delivery. Left alone, shouldered arms by Sanderson. Just goes for a little bit of a trundle again. Clears the mind, resets, refocuses. Northamptonshire 201 for 9. Can they secure those additional and invaluable points from the draw? It's Balderson. Changes position again. Very much in the eye line here of Sanderson. This time down the leg side. Dot ball, maiden from Ajit Singh Dale. And once more, the Northamptonshire supporters with a ripple of applause. I tell you what, not many of them are sat down for this one. We're looking over towards the supporters club. Number of them on their feet. Probably clenching their teeth, palms very sweaty right now. Same towards the Spencer Lounge. The ground staff also watching on very intently indeed. Balderson prepares to bowl once more. Does he have the perfect delivery in him? Here we go. He oversteps there. Won't be a perfect delivery on that occasion.
Not this time. He does stare back at the popping crease in disbelief, doesn't he, that he's overstepped? I mean, the positive is that he will get an opportunity to use the extra one, so to speak, but time is ticking away here for Lancashire. The score is 203 for 9. And Bartlett once again has an answer, covers it up against George Balderson. The field is almost remarkable with the 5 slips. Anderson himself at leg slip.
Once more, Bartlett just takes it all in. Prepares to face this latest delivery from George Balderson. The slips await. He leaves it well alone again. Good take by Matty Hurst. He's had a strong game behind the stumps. Especially with that take to dismiss the aforementioned save for 10.
Bit of extra bounce, well controlled by Bartlett. Gets it down quickly. It's Josh Bohannon lurking there at short leg. Plays it in front of square and gets it down as quick as he possibly can. A few deliveries left in this over. Keeper up to the stumps, providing Bartlett with company. He's got Bohannon round the corner. He's got the fielder there at short cover, filling the eye line. And he's left it well alone. Getting to the stage now, isn't it, that Lancashire are going to have to get Bartlett and Sanderson to play at absolutely everything. Fielders will just disperse a fraction to try and stop George Bartlett taking a single off the final two deliveries of this George Balderson over. He's a tricky customer to try and work a single. He's going to be at your pads, metronomic, on the money, and it's another dot ball. Final delivery of this George Balderson over. 203 for 9. And that is a wide one. Umpire does have a casual glance at it, but it's a dot ball to end the over. Another one successfully navigated by Northamptonshire. Bartlett on 85, Sanderson on 4. And crucially now for both sides, there are 24 legal deliveries left to use if you're a Lancashire supporter and survive if you're a Northamptonshire supporter. It really has been a remarkable game of cricket. And to get this level of emotion and energy expended in the opening weekend of the County Championship as well is quite spectacular. They are still playing in those 3 other games in the Championship, although neither of them appear to be getting close to a result. Ajit Singh Dale from the Lynn Wilson centre end, left well alone by Ben Sanderson. Still time remaining. Kent have got 11 overs to negotiate up at Durham. Still 8 overs remaining at Derby. And 6.5 in Cardiff. But back to this one. Back to the important one. Lancashire sniffing victory. Does target the stumps this time, and Sanderson has an answer. Once again, those rounds of applause become louder as this game goes on, as this evening draws in. We're going to get a change of angle as Ajit Singh Dale will come around the wicket into the body of Ben Sanderson. Those 5 catches in the slip cordon for any outside edge. A short leg in place as well. And he's on the Yorker. Great Yorker. You mentioned, didn't you? He got Ben Sanderson with a fierce Yorker in that first innings. People watching at home may be sitting there thinking, why has he not gone to a Yorker again already? He has, and Sanderson had an answer that time. Halfway through this over, 2 catches on the leg side. Oh, and that has just gone over the top of the bails, I think, that bumper from Ajit Singh Dale. Sanderson gets underneath it. You'd hate to be a heart rate monitor right now, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
You'd be working overtime at the moment.
This is proper grit being displayed by these two, though. Can Dale deliver for Lancashire? Let's find out.
He does get the outside half of the bat, but Sanderson gets enough of it so it falls and lands safely into the offside. Absolutely bathed in sunshine here on Easter Monday at the county ground in Northampton. Josh Bohannon now goes in at silly cover, I suppose. Not quite point, is he? He really will be filling the eye line of Ben Sanderson. Sanderson, resolute, solid in defence to end that over. 3 overs to go, 18 deliveries for Northamptonshire to survive. 18 deliveries for Lancashire. Balderson, Ajit Singh Dale to find an opening in this resilient defence of Bartlett and Sanderson. Who takes responsibility here? You mentioned Balderson's the leader. Is there any temptation of Anderson to bring himself back? All the experience that he's got. Ajit Singh Dale bowled brilliantly through the game. 16 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 21. Balderson has 2 for. 18 deliveries to go. There's everybody now on the square. And Bartlett once again defends it into the leg side. Plenty of encouragement out there for George Balderson. I don't think anybody has left early. At all. 4 slips, a gully. And played into the offside. They won't run. It should have enough momentum to cross the boundary rope, and it does. A nice ripple of applause. And it's hard to know whether they're applauding the fact it's a boundary or the fact it's another delivery ticked off. Bartlett moves to 89. 207 for 9, but 16 deliveries left. And again, the applause for the successful navigation of another George Balderson delivery. It's halfway through this over. Are we going to see one final moment? Is Tom Hartley getting loose to have a bowl? Is he going to replace Ajit Singh Dale from the Lynn Wilson centre end? He was certainly rolling those shoulders over. Could that be the final roll of the dice for Lancashire if they need it? Oh, and it's straight down the ground. It's going to be another 4, isn't it, for George Bartlett, I think. Does it get there? It does. He moves into the 90s. 93. For a moment, I thought he got himself into a tangle, but played it late enough to get it past Balderson. The field will just spread a fraction for Lancashire to try and ensure they get 6 deliveries at Ben Sanderson for the next over. Getting to the stage of the game, though, that you're thinking you've got to try and get George Bartlett as well. He does have an answer and find the gap, but elects not to think about a single. So clearly George Bartlett happy to suppose had George Bartlett and Ben Sanderson looked to set off there, either one of Tom Hartley or Luke Wells would have reacted slightly sharper than what they did. Outside half of the bat, they do pinch the single that time. Has it got enough momentum to reach the rope? I don't think it has, much to the disappointment of Luke Wells, who walks after it. George Bartlett will keep the strike. He adds another one. He moves to 94. Another over ticks off. And there are now just 12 deliveries remaining here in Northampton. It is going to be Ajit Singh Dale to bowl the penultimate over. It's tense.
Oh, it's very tense. This has been a Herculean effort from George Bartlett. Let's not forget, he came out to bat in the 32nd over with his side at 50 for 6. As I said, regardless of what happens here, he can look back on this day, on this game, very, very fondly indeed. He has been outstanding today against the likes of Anderson, Balderson, Bailey, Dale. The spin as well. I mean, there was a half opportunity, wasn't there, with the Bailey catch at mid-wicket. Other than that, he has been absolutely faultless, especially with his judgment. But he's still got some work to do here.
Yeah, 12 to go. They run through for 1. They should come back for a second, will they? Well, interestingly, they won't. Well, that has puzzled me somewhat. That has puzzled me, and that is within no disrespect to Ben Sanderson whatsoever. But to take the single off the first ball of the over, Ben Sanderson now will have 5 deliveries from Ajit Singh Dale. Am I reading that wrong?
No, I completely see the logic behind the bemusement and confusion there, but maybe they've just had a discussion in the middle. Maybe Sanderson's just gone to Bartlett. Right, mate, you've batted so long. Just let me defend this now.
It's entirely possible. From a Northamptonshire perspective, I think you'd much rather have your number 7 on strike than your, well, number 11 in this instance. Well, they've seen it differently. Ajit Singh Dale then has 5 at Ben Sanderson, and look at those catches around the bat. He does find solid defence once more. There's a round of applause from the Lancashire fielders, but the larger one is those supporting Northamptonshire. It's 10 to go. 10 events, 10 moments. It's beautifully played. Sanderson bunting Ajit Singh Dale down the grounds for a glorious dot ball. 9 left. 9 on the board. 3 for Ajit Singh Dale. What can he do? Can he find that outside edge of Ben Sanderson, which he did about 25, 30 minutes ago? He goes onto the pad. He wheels away in celebration. All eyes on the umpire. And nothing given. Wasn't a great look on that one, on first viewing. I'll say it was very straight, indicating that it may have been drifting down the leg side. I think it, on the angle, the benefit of the doubt given to Ben Sanderson in this instance. But there would have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment for everybody associated to Northamptonshire today. 8 deliveries left. Back of a length. Sanderson, solid. And those round of applause get louder as each individual delivery is ticked off here for the home side. It's 98.4, 98.5 overs this innings now. Lancashire, to give you an indication of how much they've really rattled round, they're 5 overs ahead on an over rate, given their appetite to get as many as they can in this 4th innings. 213 for 9. Final delivery of this Ajit Singh Dale over. And he's met with the full face of Ben Sanderson's cricket bat. Another one ticked off. The applause from Northamptonshire supporters gets louder. 6 deliveries to go, and it's going to be George Bartlett on strike.
Well, in the end, that decision did pay off. Almost didn't with the big LBW decision. But Sanderson survives. The man from the Steel City showcasing his mettle there. But Bartlett, he is the main man here. 95 not outs. He has been a gladiator out there today. And now we'll see another stage of the theatre play out here. Tom Hartley it will be from the David Capel ends. There will be men around the bats.
Yeah, six events for Tom Hartley. I think there's a number of options that James Anderson could have looked at for this final over. I like this though. It's something slightly different, and you can see the 2 Lancashire substitute fielders just carrying out what looks like every helmet that they could possibly cobble together from that Lancashire dressing room to go and surround the bat of George Bartlett. And we'll take some time to get these fielders in the places that James Anderson and Tom Hartley wants them. Got 5 cricketers, 5 fielders out there, in fact, wearing protective equipment with Matty Hurst up to the stumps. You've got a short leg, almost a leg gully, a short leg slip, a silly point, 2 orthodox slips, a catching mid-wicket, a catching cover, and James Anderson, the last to get into position to go and strengthen that slip cord and to make it 3. George Bartlett surrounded, Tom Hartley on strike, 6 to go for Northamptonshire. And Bartlett ticks one off, 5 left in this encounter between Northamptonshire and Lancashire at the county ground. Punched away through the leg side, finds a gap between those fielders. Another one ticked off. 4 left now for these 2 sides. It's George Bartlett versus 11. Flighted, incredibly flighted by Tom Hartley, really trying to get that extra bounce. 3 to go. Half the job done from George Bartlett in this final over. Make that 4. 2 left as he drops it into the leg side. That is targeting leg stump. Tom Hartley trying to bring those catchers around the corner into play. There's one delivery left here in Northampton. Can George Bartlett survive? Can he navigate it? It's Tom Hartley from the David Capel end. That field placement. And it's a bit of a drag down, and he does. A huge cheer erupts from those supporters here in Northampton. George Bartlett punches the air up to the dressing room. What a monumental job that has been from the Northamptonshire batter. He finishes 95 not out. That number's irrelevant, but he's batted most of the day in this fourth innings to salvage a draw for his county against Lancashire, who made most of the running through the game. But it's George Bartlett stood tall at the end. A brilliant innings, a brilliant number to finish on. And most importantly, Northamptonshire get the draw.
A fitting way for this game of cricket to end. Extraordinary stuff from George Bartlett. A reminder, he came into bat with Northamptonshire at 50 for 6. That was in the 32nd over of the innings. He has seen it out to the 100th of the innings itself. Full credit as well to Ben Sanderson. He did his job. Excellent foil at the other end. Defended stoutly, staunchly and resolutely. And that for Northamptonshire will feel absolutely amazing. Lancashire themselves, they played a huge role in this game. Anderson, stellar as always. Bailey, brilliant. Dale, delightful. And Balderson as well, providing many an opportunity along with his wickets. But it is the Tudor Rose, the side nicknamed the Steelbacks in limited overs cricket, who have showcased their resilience, their resolve and their resistance here to an absolute tee. What a game of cricket we have witnessed here at the county ground. And a reminder, it's only the first one of the season. We've still got 6 months of this. Very, very well played to both sides out there.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful, wasn't it? A real joy to watch over the course of this Easter weekend. We were threatened by a storm, and Northamptonshire, as you just alluded to, survived it on that final day. It was an incredible spell of new ball bowling from James Anderson and Tom Bailey earlier on this morning. Put Northamptonshire in a position of 50 for 6 when Save departed. Flat through the middle, that ball just losing a little bit of venom. But there was a final twist, wasn't there? There was a second new ball around the corner for Lancashire. They took it immediately, as you'd expect. 2 wickets fell quickly, that of Lewis McManus and Louis Kimber. And Ben Sanderson and George Bartlett batted for basically an hour together to salvage that draw. It was a remarkable game of cricket. Really, really enjoyable. And what a way to open the season, Aaron. I think we need to all take a little bit of a breather now, catch our breath, and geez, what a game.
Absolutely. In a way, it's almost quite fortunate for us here on comms that we've got next week off. Northamptonshire don't. Northamptonshire make the journey down to Kent, of course. Lancashire play host to Derbyshire. But yeah, should we do it all over again 2 weeks' time?
Let's do it.
Middlesex.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, folks, thank you so much for joining Northamptonshire over the course of this Easter weekend. We really hope you've enjoyed the coverage here at the County Ground, powered by Daffabet. Hope to see you very soon. My name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles, and we will be back as Northamptonshire take on Middlesex in 2 weeks' time. And as you said, Lancashire head home, and they will take on Derbyshire next weekend. So we bid you farewell. Enjoy the rest of your Easter weekend.